Always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines this afternoon. Pitt basketball is back in action. They'll take on number 14 North Carolina at 2 o'clock this afternoon from Chapel Hill. It's right here on the Fan with coverage at 1:30. Penn State also in action today. They'll take on Oregon at 3. Duquesne will take on St. Bonaventure at 4. West Virginia at Central Florida at 6. And tomorrow, Robert Morris takes on Oakland Sunday at 2. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com right now. A Saturday morning with Jim Colony.
Live in local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Okay, it's always something. Yeah, Jim Colony here until 11. Pomp is in today. Then he gets an extended half hour. You get another half hour of Pomp with Pitt basketball coming up. Well, 2 o'clock. That means we'll join Billy and the network at 1:30. So you get Pomp for 2.5 hours. You get me for a couple. And maybe you'll get both of us, because I always shame him into coming in for, the last segment of my little show. And then before because he always gets in here early. And so we'll get Bob in hopefully for the end. But I said it's always something. And in this instance, it's the Fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. Well, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I went through all sorts of hoops and gyrations a few weeks ago so that I could have personal access to the Fan text line. And now I'm there, but I can't get to this page where you text us at 412-928-9370. So, text us. I might be able to read it. I might be able to not read it. And it's occurred to me, based on some text messages that I got, the last time I was on, I think it was 2 weeks ago. People don't know who I am. And so I guess I shouldn't take anything for granted, because time goes very quickly. And when you get to retirement, sometimes it goes really quickly. And so I'm just on here rambling and, babbling about stuff and going all over the road, which really irritates quite a few people. Other people find it charming, I guess, because they've been used to it over the years. So at any rate, okay, my name is Jim Colony. I used to work here. Now, obviously, I still do, because I'm on here on Saturdays during the winter when I can't work at Pheasant Ridge Golf Course. Shameless plug. Thank you very much. If you're on the YouTube channel, you can see the hat I'm wearing. And I don't know if we're going to get to the golf course here for a long time. We'll probably talk to Pomp about that a little bit coming up later on before his show. So people don't know who I am, okay? So that's my name. You can follow me on Twitter at JCOLONY 13. Yesterday was Friday the 13th. I didn't even recognize it. I didn't really realize it. Just kind of snuck past me. At any rate, so that's me, and I'm on, during the winter when the weather stinks. And so that's me. Now, my background is, a lot of people know this, but I moved to Pittsburgh in 1991. I worked at WTAE Radio on the Pitt Network and some other stuff. Went back to Vermont when my mom was sick. Then a couple years later, I moved back to ESPN Radio 1250. I was unceremoniously dumped in 2009, the day after the Penguins won the Eastern Conference playoff series, the Eastern Conference final. The day after they won, I was out. And then the Fan came along in February of 2010. So that was, 16 years ago now. And I was on the Fan morning show for a number of years until I retired 4 years ago in February of 2022. And I've been back off and on. And for example, as a bonus, and I know he was on last night, didn't realize that, but Jeff Hathorn and I will be doing the Fan morning show on Monday, President's Day. It's a holiday. And so Crowley and Doran, they're off. I don't know about Callis. I guess he'll probably be in. He was in last time. And I need to, Joel Nelson helping me out here today. I need to remember to send Callis a text to tell him that Jeff and I are going to be doing the show on Monday, because the last time we did this, which was on Martin Luther King Day, that was the holiday last month, he didn't know who was coming in, and I heard him doing his little pre-show at 5 a.m. going like, well, I don't know who's coming in here. The studio's dark. I don't know who's here. So I want to make sure that he knows that Jeff and I are coming on Monday. Okay, so that's me. So I'm in here, and I'm already rambling and babbling about all sorts of stuff. And you can text us at 412-928-9370, and maybe I'll be able to read it before the show's over. The other thing is that if you do for the text line and you text in and say, who is this guy? He sucks, and he should go, or you know who I am, and you say he should go back into retirement and never do this again. You think that management doesn't read the text. I don't think. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they're like the wait a minute. No, I don't think that they read the texts that come in. Maybe they do. I don't know. And I always, when I replied to those people a few weeks ago and said, hey, if you got a problem with, email management, tell them your concerns, because they're not going to see this. No, maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I don't know. But so that's that. And I'm with you until 11 o'clock. I do have some friends coming on later on today, back by popular demand. And I do get text messages and tweets from people. Bob Smisac, the former Pittsburgh Press and Post-Gazette columnist and living legend, Bob Smisac is going to join us here coming up in about 15 minutes or so. And then coming up next hour, the 10 o'clock hour, is the Trib Pirates reporter and all-around good guy, Kevin Gorman. He's live in Bradenton. And when I see stuff, and I see, Mackey's doing some stuff for KDK TV, and, Kevin's they're writing, he's writing for the PG, and then Kevin's doing his stuff from Bradenton for the Trib. And, you see videos of different things, and I see places that I used to hang out at. I loved going to spring training. I really did. That's one thing I miss. And when I talked earlier about how time going by quickly, and remember, every day is, tomorrow is going to be a shorter portion of your life than today is mathematically. But so time does go by more quickly. I can't believe, it was 6 years ago. That was the last time that I covered spring training, because it was 2020. And then everything hit the fan midway through March. And that was the last time that I was at spring training. And, 2 years after that, I decided to step down from a full-time position here. But I do miss Bradenton. Things have changed. My favorite go-to evening restaurant, Johto, right next to the airport, is gone, I think. I know they closed. I don't know if anybody else took it over, if it's operating under a different thing. I'm sure Captain Bryant's is still there by the airport, because that's where we stayed at the Crosley Mansion. And even that's gone away if we were to send somebody down there, because the count, whatever. This is a long story you don't need to know about, but, that's where we stayed. We kind of hung out by the airport. And that was a good location, too, because it wasn't that far from St. Armand's Circle. And that's where, when my stint was over, my wife would come down and we'd hang out over what used to be the Holiday Inn at Lido, which is really a neat place. And I do miss all of that stuff. So maybe I'll be down in Florida next month. Maybe I'll have to hang out with Ron Cook or something. But probably not. So we probably have sort of no, I shouldn't say this. I was going to say, because we're going to get into this a little bit, because, stuff happens earlier in the week, like quite a few days ago, and yet I don't really have a chance to comment on it. And so I feel like, and it's the same way Pomp feels about this, although he does have the nightly sports call and that kind of stuff on KDK TV. But, and actually, and he's on with Starkey too. So forget I brought him up as an example. But, you come on the weekends, when it's your show, you're kind of a solo show, and that you feel like, hey, I want to comment on some of these things. And I was going to make a Ron Cook, Jim Colony, Joey Porter, Ben Roethlisberger sort of analogy. It's not quite like that, but we can kind of get into that. So anyway, so Smisac's coming up here in a few minutes this hour, and the next hour, Kevin Gorman will be joining us from Bradenton, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to sort of run down all sorts of different things that I may get into in a little bit more depth with those guys and otherwise. Certainly a lot of the Pirates stuff we will get into with Kevin. Smisac's a big Pirates guy too, but I'm sure he has some thoughts. I haven't had him on with me, I think, for about 3 or 4 weeks. So even some of the Steelers stuff that's happened, like I don't think I've had Bob on with me since Mike McCarthy was hired. I don't think so. Because that happened. Yeah, that was the last time I was on. Bob was not on with me. And no, two times ago I was on. It was because the last time I was on, it was after McCarthy was hired, but he was actually hired 3 or 4 hours after I left the air the time before that. So at any rate, there's stuff to comment on. And speaking of Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy, so we'll talk to Bob about that. But we're also already into mock draft season. And if you subscribe to different services, I subscribe to The Athletic, for example, the Post-Gazette, and other places that you don't have to subscribe to see mock drafts, that they're already out. And I feel so bad for these people. And I know we've talked to Ray Fittipaldo about this. It's like, okay, the season's over, and all of a sudden you need to come up with a mock draft. Yeah. Super Bowl, okay, what, Monday? No, we need a mock draft, Ray. Give us a mock draft, all 7 rounds, and what they're going to do and if they're going to trade up. And so what's happening now with the Steelers, because they've got a coach, so now they need a quarterback. So what's Aaron Rodgers going to do? We don't know. Presumably he will make a decision here within the next month or so. But then you start hearing stuff like, hey, let's bring in Malik Willis. Okay, on the surface, I'm thinking, all right, okay, Malik Willis, he filled in. He comes in a good system in Green Bay, where they have they have an offensive system that works, and so Jordan Love gets hurt. Malik Willis comes on, and hey, he looks pretty good. But then you hear where somebody presses, and I don't know who comes up with these values. But again, out there, it's the the Ray Fittipaldos of the world but although Ray doesn't do this kind of stuff, other people do. The salary people, they project what kind of a contract is he going to get. $40 million. Okay, that's you may as well take Malik Willis and just crumple up 40. Are you kidding me? No way. No way. Even over 2 years. No. I mean, come on, give me a break. So then we go to mock drafts. And several people, because, hey, Steelers need a quarterback. They don't have a long-term answer at quarterback. Ty Simpson from Alabama. He doesn't have a whole lot of experience as a college quarterback. He's inconsistent, along with that relative inexperience. No. The Steelers have so many other needs. No. And then, of course, that brings us back to who the Steelers do have on their roster, and that's Will Howard. And am I intrigued by the potential of Will Howard? Yeah, it's intriguing. And I don't cover training camp anymore, but even if I had, I wouldn't have seen any of Will Howard last year. Hasn't really done anything. And he did reappear at Steelers practices toward the end of the season, but hasn't done anything really. And yet people are not banking on, but intrigue is a good word. You're intrigued by it. You're curious about it. But there's no way to entrust the starting quarterback job on a team like the Steelers, which is going to finish 9-8 or 10-7, maybe 7-10. But you don't want to bring in a team that's, I mean, they're not close to winning a Super Bowl, but obviously they're not even close to winning a playoff game, apparently, although they did come within 3/4 of winning one before they got blown out in the fourth quarter against Houston. But they're not really close to winning a playoff game if you go by the final scores. They are close to making the playoffs because, they either do or they don't, and they don't finish under 500. So, they're right in the middle. They're close to something. But whatever it is, do you want to put Will Howard in that position, unseen, untried, untested at the NFL level? No, probably not. Now, I've said for a while now that I'd like to see what Mason Rudolph can do with a real offensive coordinator. And certainly Mike McCarthy qualifies as a real offensive coordinator, a guy that knows NFL offenses. I would love to see what Mason Rudolph could do. And I'm to the point where forget about drafting a quarterback. Hey, you got Will Howard as your developmental quarterback. Now, maybe you want to bring in another guy as a backup. Okay. Even though Mason Rudolph projects as a backup. But I would really like to see what Mason Rudolph could do with an up-and-coming offensive line, with a real offensive coordinator, draft a couple of receivers, get rid of Jonnu Smith and use the tight ends the way they should be used with Darnell Washington and Pat Freiermuth. Use Freiermuth the right way. Use him in the slot. I think Mason Rudolph wouldn't be too bad. And the Steelers have other needs on both sides of the ball, even on defense, where they pay more for their players than any other team has the last few years. I think Mason Rudolph would be pretty good with a real offensive coordinator and a team around him that could support him. And to me, that's worth more of a shot than some of these other things that you see out there. On defense, I'd still see what I could get for T.J. Watt, although at this point, even though I would have traded him a couple of years ago, but and that was even knowing without they had with Nick Herbig. At any rate, they've got some depth at that. You guys all know this stuff. I mean, they've got some depth at that position. See what they can get for him. But at this point in his career, he's probably maybe a second-round draft pick. Maybe not. But I would see what the market is for him and see what you could do. But other than that, they've got some places. And, Patrick Queen, I know that's something we can talk about as the offseason progresses. But, and I'm curious and intrigued, if I can use that word again, on the defensive side of the ball, what they'll do with a different defensive coordinator who may come in with his own ideas. With the roster he inherits, he's probably most likely, I can't imagine him deviating from the 3-4 defense, the base. But how often is any defense in its quote-unquote base defense these days in the NFL? I mean, heck, half the time a team's nickel is its base defense because of the personnel that the other offenses present opposite those defenses. So I'm interested in that, some fresh eyes, some fresh blood on the coaching staff on the defensive side of the ball. They might do some nice things with these guys. I mean, they're getting paid enough. They should be able to come through with it. But like I said, there are decisions that need to be made in terms of how much bang you get for your buck with guys like Patrick Queen, Jalen Ramsey, and stuff like that. Deshaun Elliott comes back if he stays healthy all year, which obviously he didn't last year. His absence, I think, really affected the defense. And you get him back, I think that helps an awful lot of things on defense. But you got to make decisions. You want to extend Patrick Queen. You want to let him go. I mean, that's kind of split down the middle on that. Same deal with Jalen Ramsey. Do you restructure these guys? Whatever. But there are decisions that have to be made. But to me, in terms of getting back to the draft real quick, is that you need receivers and you need another cornerback Cornerbacks are really not easy to find, to the point where people always say, well, what do you use a first-round draft pick on? What do you want to use a draft pick on? Well, it all depends on who's there relative to who might be there in the second round and all that kind of stuff. How deep is a particular position? Wide receivers have shown to be a deeper position than others. But, using the first-round draft pick on a wide receiver I think would be smart. But if there is a cornerback available, then would that make more sense? Yeah, and it's even gotten to the point where, and I'm forgetting about quarterback. I mean, forget about that. That there might be a guard available later in the first round at number 21. You could actually probably, well, not that the Steelers need any more draft picks, but you could actually trade down and get a really good guard. And you can see the best guards that the Steelers have had in recent years, including David DeCastro, was fairly late in the first round. Alan Faneca, Hall of Famer, late first round pick. You can get a great value at a guard. That's why I always thought guards and safeties in the first round are actually great value picks, even though people say, well, you don't have to waste a pick on a safety or a guard. Well, you can get 10 or 15 years sometimes out of those guys with first round picks. Now, something else that we can talk about later on in the show, and I guess I need to talk about this, is the whole Joey Porter mouthing off about Ben Roethlisberger stuff. And it gets into a debate about which guy. Then it gets into which guy was the worst teammate. And I have a few stories, and they're not. None of them are like breaking news kind of stories. But I was in the locker room for a long time with both of those guys, and interacted with both of those guys, as we do, which is to say, not that closely, but. Yeah, so I have some thoughts on that. Okay, there's some other stuff. I'll probably get into this by myself, even though I'll ask Smisac. He's a Winter Olympics guy. I'm guessing he's not. I actually like the Winter Olympics beyond hockey, and maybe that's because I was brought up in New England, even though I did not skate as a kid. I played basketball, and I didn't ski either. So my parents didn't ski, but I got into skiing after I got married because my wife was a skier growing up. And so that was something that we could do together. And so I did get into skiing. I got into skating when I got into college because I grew up on a lake. I could skate, and had a great organized hockey career, by the way. I retired with an career average of 3 points. 3 points a game. Okay, take that, Sid. Point a game. Come on. I mean, I averaged 3 points in my one organized hockey game in my career. But so I do get into that. Curling, that we did that 20 years ago. I'm thinking to myself, holy crap. He was a curler in college at Marquette. So he got us into curling, went to the Island Sports Center, and it was fun. And curling is it's easy to do. It's easy to pick up. But to do it the way that they do it on TV, it's obviously hard to do well. Okay, Pirates, their stuff. We'll talk to Bob Smisac about the Pirates here because that's his jam. Joel, do the kids say that's their jam, or is that's probably passé? What is something it's not somebody's jam anymore?
It's a tricky one. I think there might still be
say
some. That? Like everyone would understand that. Yeah. Okay, so but I would say like Smisac's strength. Okay, so this is what I would say. Like back in the day, he's a baseball guy. Let me bread and butter.
Yeah, even though he was a columnist, but baseball is his passion. Let's put it that way. So that would be his jam. So we'll talk to the Pirates about that because there is some stuff. I had said too that they need, after what they had done with Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn, okay, give me another bat. Okay, I don't care what position. Give me another bat, and that would make their lineup legit. And they did that. They did that earlier in the week with Marcell Ozuna. We'll see what he thinks about that. It pretty much spells the end of Andrew McCutchen, you would think. We'll ask him about Connor Griffin as well. We'll talk about Elroy Face, who passed away. R.I.P. Elroy Face, who still, when I was a kid growing up and I got his baseball card, you look on the back, and I was like, holy crap. This guy went 18-1. Who's Roy Face? because I think it was just Roy was what would have been his name on the baseball card when I would collect those in New Hampshire back in the mid-'60s. But 18-1, and then the Daytona 500 is coming up this weekend. Joel Nelson's a NASCAR guy. Are you a gearhead, Joel?
Is that like the name?
Is that an old thing too? I don't know.
First time I've heard it.
Oh, really? Okay. Well,
I guess that makes sense.
But you're into auto racing.
Oh yeah.
Let's put it there. Are you? All right. Excellent. So we'll get you in later on in the show to talk. Because the Daytona 500 is tomorrow, and it kind of snuck up on me. All right. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them online at southhillskia.net. You can also visit them in person, but here they want to be known as southhillskia.net. Coming up next, my good buddy Bob Smisac on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This afternoon, Pitt basketball is back in action. They'll take on number 14, North Carolina, today at 2 o'clock. That game being played in Chapel Hill. Coverage here on The Fan will begin at 1:30. Catch it all on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world faced off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're gonna miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space?
Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Ready for an unforgettable shooting experience? Keystone Shooting Center welcomes walk-ins to their world-class indoor range. Enjoy hourly access to shoot pistols, rifles, and AR-15s. Choose from a vast selection of rental firearms or bring your own. Keystone Shooting Center provides all the necessary gear, plus a massive superstore with over 500 guns for sale. It's all right here. Plan your visit today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com. Keystone Shooting Center, where every shot counts.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All righty. Bob Smisac joins us here in a second. Join Coach Dave Gray for Next Point Wins book. Oh, hang on. Let me start again here. I missed the I missed a letter or a word, which is a letter. So that made it sound kind of weird. And I don't want to. I met Dave Gray probably 30 years ago, and my kid was a little baseball player guy. All right. Join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry next Saturday, that's February 21st, from 1 to 4 p.m., and you can support youth sports. 10% of sales, this is big, 10% of sales will support the Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. Details at 937thefan.com. And that's big. It's so expensive to play hockey to the point that, well, because of rink scheduling and everything else, I was afraid our kids might want to play hockey when they were younger, because it wasn't really affordability. It was just like between me working and my wife working, it's like, when are we able to get the kids to a rink? Now, there are more rinks now than there were, back in the early 90s. But where am I here? I'm looking for. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so joining us now on the Fan Hotline, which is sponsored during the week but not weekends, is our good friend Bob Smisac. And good morning, Bob. I said this at the beginning of the show that, I get text messages, and I wasn't trying to get people to text us on the Fan text line to say, yeah, I know who you are. I've listened to you for years. I think you're great. I wasn't looking for that kind of stuff, although I did get a lot of it. But people may not know us, Bob. Like these young whippersnappers today that didn't read, the Pittsburgh Press, weren't even born when there was a Pittsburgh Press, or the Post-Gazette. Well, they were born when there was a Post-Gazette. But the Post-Gazette may not be around for much more of their lives. But so the great Bob Smisac, one of the great columnists in Pittsburgh, when did you first start writing for the press? Or was there another smaller local paper that you wrote after you graduated from Pitt?
I actually started at the Pittsburgh Press. I had been a teacher, was offered a job at the press. I hate to give away the year.
Come on, Bob.
1969.
Okay, see, I gave up 1991 for me. So, but I started in radio in 1979. So, we're about 10 years apart, maybe. Right. But whatever. So, I do want to get into the Pirates, and you are some people. I remember, our good friend Barry Bonds. We had a great soundbite from him. Not in your eyes, Smisac. I can't remember what that was about. But it was one of his funnier I can't remember if it was a post game, whatever scrum it was with Barry. He was always entertaining. You have to give him that. But so you would have the reputation, I think, in the eyes of some about being negative. I always considered it being a realist. So I'm going to call you. Can I refer to you as a pirate realist? Is that fair?
That is how I consider myself, Jim. People don't like to hear the truth, but sometimes you need to deliver it.
Okay, so let's keep it real here because I tend to be, I get yelled at by my lovely wife, Linda. Happy Valentine's Day, by the way. Valentine's Day big in your household, Bob?
Pretty big, yes. We celebrated what we celebrated. Yeah,
I was going to say after a while. We'll get into that here in a little bit. But I did bring up the Pirates. See, now I lost my train of thought because I'm just thinking about how all I got was a lame card. And didn't get anything because we say we're not going to get anything else, and we don't. We do something special for dinner, usually involving lobster, which we're going to do later on tonight. But after I'm trying to think the first Valentine's Day. Okay, now I have to stay on Valentine's Day since I started it. But the Valentine's Day thing with so my first Valentine's Day with Linda would have been 1978. So see, now I'm going way back in years here when we were still in college. And so that was a bigger deal, right? When you're first starting to go out with somebody.
Oh, sure.
Right. And then you get married and it's still a big deal. And then after you've been married for, in our case, 44 years, 45, well, almost 45 years.
Oh, you're in trouble, Jim.
No, I got it right. We were married in 1981. So our 45th anniversary is coming up in June, on D-Day, June 6th. But so it doesn't lose its luster really, but it's just like, it's kind of like a been there, done that kind of a thing, isn't it?
I hear you, and my wife and I both agree on that.
Do you guys do anything?
There were some flowers in my living room this morning, so we still take it somewhat seriously.
So you're off the hook. Right. All right. So let's get from Valentine's Day realism to pirate realism. Now, I had said if they had added a bat, just give me another bat. Okay, and they did. They brought in Marcell Ozuna. Now, if they had brought him in, say, 4 years ago, I think that might have been a little bit better. But are you at all optimistic about what the Pirates have done here in the offseason? Because at the very least, they've actually done stuff, and it looks like they're trying.
Absolutely, Jim. They are definitely a better team than they were at the end of last season, which isn't saying a lot. Management has kind of lived up to the promise they made that they would spend money. So the lineup is no longer a laughingstock. If 1 through 6, they can put some legitimate bats up there. But I don't blame them for this. But it wasn't exactly the best way to build a team. For example, when they hired Ozuna, and he's the DH, that forced O'Hearn out of the DH role and into left field. I would assume, I'm sure you agree with that, he's not a very good left fielder. I mean, most of his career has been at first base and DH. I think he started less than 200 games in the outfield in his career. And so, I mean, that's just a minor point, but they've got the bats. They're not a proportion where I would like to see them, I guess.
Well, don't you? I get to the point, and I've heard Joe Starkey talk about this during the week as well. And heck, I remember back when my son was in high school, it was like if you hit, you played. And it didn't matter if you were, the best fielder at a particular position, but you wanted to get your 9 best hitters in the lineup. And I always go back also to the playoff game against the Cubs. And as it turns out, it wouldn't have mattered who the Pirates had in the lineup the way Arrieta was pitching that year and that day. But Kyle Schwarber was not a good fielder at all. And yet he's in the lineup in left field because Joe Madden wanted to get his best bats in the lineup in a playoff, in a winner-take-all game. And then Pedro Alvarez is not playing for the Pirates because he wasn't a good fielder. Those may be extreme examples, but because, we're not talking about one game here. We're talking about 162. And, yeah, I just want guys who can hit. And
Jim, I agree with that, Jim. I think it's a good example. High school teams, pony league teams, stuff like that. You always get your best hitters in the lineup, and I think that's still fairly true today. They give a lot of lip service to defense. But for example, Triolo is a great defender. He didn't start playing last year until they unloaded Connor IKF. He was just kind of a backup then. So defense is important, but offense, even in this real world of MLB, is still the number one item. And that's why I kind of like what the Pirates did. As I said earlier, I'm no big fan of the way they are lining up defensively for this season, but I'm quite happy with how they've improved their offense.
Well, and here's another thing, too, with the pitching that the Pirates have, even though they did trade some of it away. But when you think about it, because they've added, if you take Ozuna, Lau, and O'Hearn together, that's about, I don't know, probably a little over between 60 and 70 home runs. But the net gain that they're going to get over the guys that were in the lineup instead last year is probably about 50 home runs. 40 to 50 home runs, and you sprinkle in a couple of those home runs on a day that Paul Skeens is pitching or somebody else is pitching a good game. Even a guy like Mitch Keller, who lost so many games because he didn't get support sometimes. In other words, you sprinkle those throughout the course of a year, and all of a sudden you're talking about winning, maybe 10 more games. Now they need to win more than that in order to become a playoff team based on what they did last year, But I think it all adds up when it's just a home run here or there, an RBI here or there, and all of a sudden it makes a huge difference in winning and losing those low one-run games, which they, tended to lose a lot of, it seemed, last year.
Oh, yeah. They either were last or next to last in runs scored last year. That says all you really need to know. If you're that low in scoring runs, you can't have a successful season. Now, my area of realism goes to the pitching staff, Jim. Obviously, Skeens is great, and Keller is an adequate starter, and I'm not going to go any further than that with him because he's not quite lived up to promise, but he's a decent mid to...
he's a number 3 or number 4 guy.
Right, exactly. But people don't seem to understand that pitchers get hurt all the time, and pitchers fail to live up to expectations all the time. So when you're going with a staff as young as this is, and as proven in the most part as this is, I fear there could be some bad episodes down the road.
Well, when Scherzer has...
One of those guys were great last year, but let's see what Jared Jones does. Let's see what Ashcraft does. Let's see what they all do this year. And I'm a big fan of Bubba Chandler. I like him a lot. I think he's going to be a really good pitcher. But he's no sure thing either. So I was really disappointed they did not go after Quintana, who signed, I think, for $5 million. I thought that would have been a great investment for them. And they need a lefty in the rotation. They have no lefty. He would have been ideal, but he signed with someone else this week. I'm not sure. Maybe it was the Padres.
Yeah, okay, so this, getting back to the Ozuna thing, this probably marks the end of Andrew McCutchen, who's one of the all-time great Pirates. The Pirates have not been known the last couple of years for handling things well, public relations-wise, like the Bucco bricks, for example, and then replacing the Clemente 21 sign in right field with the Surfside vodka thing, which I just gave them a plug, I guess. But so they've pretty much have not handled those things very well. But what could they have done differently here with Andrew McCutchen? Because I think Kutch's time has come and gone with the Pirates, but was there a better way they could have handled this?
Well, see, Jim, this is what we don't know. It's entirely, I should say it's not entirely possible, but it's possible the Pirates approached McCutchen and said, Andrew, we'd like you to retire. We'll honor you at Pirate Fest. We'll retire your number the day the season's open. And he said no. And as far as them not reaching out to him in any regard, well, that's incumbent upon him and his agent to reach out to the Pirates. That's what agents are for, to keep the flow going. So absent of any real knowledge of what transpired during this very, very embarrassing episode, I have no opinion on it. The Pirates it could be that McCutchen is as much in the wrong as the Pirates are, and I don't know who the real guilty party is, and I don't think anyone does.
All right, a couple more minutes with Bob Smisac here on the Fan. I almost said the Fan Morning Show, and it is the Fan Morning Show, I guess. I mean, it's the morning, and it's the Fan, so that's partially true. But on the Saturday, whatever show this is. But what do you think they're going to do with Connor Griffin?
I don't think they'll start the season with the Pirates. I think I'm not saying it's 100%. I don't think it's a good idea to bring a player who's never hit in AAA up to the majors and expect him to succeed. I just think maybe a month or so, let's see what he does in Indianapolis, and I'm sure it's probably going to be pretty good. Let's bring him up. But I don't see it happening. But the scenario where it might happen is if they get absolutely no one to come in and play third base, then they move Chirillo over to third and turn shortstop over to Griffin. But I really don't think they will open the season. And it's not a monetary thing. In the past, it's often been a monetary thing. I just think you got to see what that guy can do in AAA.
Well, what if now this is what I would do with Griffin. I mean, heck, they've already done it where Skeens decides he's going to throw, he's going to loosen up on the mound. And so they, hey, let's send Griffin out against him. And look, he's batting .500 against Skeens, right? He went 1 for 2. He struck out and got a single. But make sure that he plays against, when you look at the spring training rotations, right, that come in, make sure that he's in there when you get other teams' legitimate pitchers. And make sure he's in there against all those guys. To me, that's the best way to go about this thing, is put him up against the best competition that you can, and to that will give you at least the best look of him against major league pitching that you can possibly get out of spring training. Even if guys are just quote unquote working on stuff, as we used to often hear. I used to like that too, where some guy would get lit up in Bradenton and be like, well, I was working on my changeup, that kind of stuff. But that would make.
I could provide you with reams of information about the unimportance of spring training batting average. Your plan is a good one. I agree with it, but I don't think anything can be taken. Certainly not statistical-wise out of spring training. The Pirates, it's possible, may see some things from him if he's facing some good quality opposition pitching that they like, but the numbers are not important. And I think they've upgraded their batting order enough that they can afford to keep him at Indy for at least a month.
All right, Bob, we're talking to Bob Smisac here on The Fan. Before we let you go, Bob, are you a Winter Olympics guy at all?
I hate to admit this because I have absolutely no interest in the Winter Olympics. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm probably wrong. Wake me up when the U.S. plays Canada in hockey. Yeah, you know what happened today, though? I think I'd have to go look this up, but I was watching the tail end of it. Jeremy Swayman starts in goal today against Denmark. Just see that highlight on the Olympic thing. But there was a game between Slovakia and Canada and Sweden. And Sweden needed to win. I think there had to be a goal differential involved with Sweden in order to advance, because they were winning 5-3, and yet Sweden had the empty net where they were, and then the Slovakian guys are all celebrating. Was it Slovenia? Maybe it was Slovenia, which it's one of the Slovenes ones. I take that. Oh man, Jack Mace is rolling over in his grave because I always got all the countries right on his map thing when I was a junior in high school. But in other words, Sweden, it wasn't enough to win. They had to win by so many, and apparently they didn't, because the other team was celebrating even though they lost. So Sweden might be out. Which, Jim, are you a Winter Olympic fan? Sounds like you are. Well, yeah. I mean, even beyond hockey, I'm going to get into that coming up next a little bit more, because I did watch the American figure skater who, as he put it, blew it yesterday. That was something, yeah. Yesterday, and so they didn't. People didn't ask him a question that I thought should have been asked. But anyway, yeah, we'll talk about that. And I have. Have you ever done curling, Bob? I've never done curling. I find it a little interesting, but see. Oh wait, hang on. No. You said you wake me up when the U.S. plays Canada, and yet you appear to know a little bit about curling. I've been watching a lot of the Winter Olympics in my lifetime. Oh, okay. Jim. So it sort of seeps in when I'm not guarding against it. Okay.
A gird. That's what they do in curling. You put up a gird, as they say with a Canadian accent. Hey, Bob, thanks a lot. Appreciate it, and I'll probably bother you again.
Thank you.
Probably bother you again in a couple more Saturdays. All right, the great Bob Smisac here on The Fan. See, I think he's a closet Winter Olympics guy. All right, I'm going to talk about some of the Olympics. I'm going to look up exactly what happened in that hockey game, because it looks like Sweden's out of it, which means that Carlson and Raquel will get a little bit more of a rest than maybe they had planned. And that's, I mean, for Sweden, that's one of the teams that, you know, you throw those guys together and they usually mesh very well. But no, not a good Olympics for the Swedes. All right, so we'll talk about that. And, of course, we have fan weather coming up in a minute as well. I'm Jim Colony, and next hour, Kevin Gorman from Bradenton, where there's no ice, I don't think, although there was probably a couple weeks ago. I'm Jim Colony on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 o'clock this afternoon, Pitt basketball is in action. They'll take on number 14, North Carolina in Chapel Hill. Coverage here on The Fan will begin at 1:30. Also in action today, Penn State takes on Oregon at 3. Duquesne takes on St. Bonaventure at 4. West Virginia heads to Central Florida at 6. And tomorrow, Robert Morris takes on Oakland at 2. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. And Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6TM055265. 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
oh, bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, thanks to my friend Bob Smisac for joining us. I'll hit him up again in a few weeks. I'm on the schedule for next Saturday as well. I just looked. So I guess I'm on the schedule on Saturdays at 9 a.m. unless I tell him I don't want to be or can't do it. So I don't think I have anything else to do next Saturday, so I may as well be on it. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I guess that's about it. So I got my wife a card. She got me a card. She got me a little candy, like a Reese's peanut butter huge heart thing. Okay, so there's that. I didn't get her anything else, but I was planning on getting something on the way home today. But again, that's just me. All right, so earlier, or a little while ago, I was talking about, I guess Sweden's not eliminated. I don't know how this hockey thing works. They got like 3 groups, and then you win your group and you get a bye, and then you don't, and you have to play somebody else. So basically, it looks like, I guess Sweden is still in it, but Slovakia can, I don't know, whatever. That all 3 are going to advance in one form or another, with Finland, Slovakia, and Sweden. All 3 of them are going to advance, unless Italy wins today, which I doubt they will. Yeah, so the Olympics, I'm into it because I guess, I grew up in the Northeast, and we, Winter Olympics were a way of life for a lot of people in terms of stuff. And so I get into it. And plus, you got to be patriotic. And I'll talk about this a little bit later. But you have to root for the United States. Okay, now, I remember that there were some radio and TV critics who would frown upon jingoism, which is if you're an announcer and you're rooting for the United States, that was considered poor form in a broadcast. Well, you know what? No, it's not. You got to know your audience. If, for example, and I used to, I haven't done a lot of play-by-play lately, that's for sure, and any of the play-by-play for the most part that I've done locally involve Pitt basketball. And so if we're on the air rooting for Pitt, wanting Pitt to do well, we are the Pitt broadcast. You got to know your audience, okay? Your audience, 95% or more, are also, they want Pitt to win. They're Pitt fans. And so when we're doing a Pitt basketball game, is that you do it from a biased standpoint of you want Pitt to do well. You want Pitt to win. You're the Pitt station. Now, having said that, you want to be fair, and if you need to be critical of how Jamie Dixon always had his teams get trapped at midcourt because they couldn't beat a press over and over in certain games, then you've got to recognize that deficiency. And then you got to keep the ball in the backcourt, and then you throw over and whatever. I mean, you have to recognize that deficiency, because if you're a Pitt fan and a team's making mistakes, then those mistakes need to be pointed out. And Dick Grote, God rest his soul and God bless him. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer in so many ways, but he took it over the top, and that made it fun. Now, if we're doing, let's say, for example, now, and you listen on KDK radio, and Josh Roundtree or Dan Zangrilli is doing a local high school basketball game between, say, Upper St. Clair and North Allegheny, well, you've got your audience is split down the middle, and you don't root for any particular team. You just call it straight because it's and we did that. I did some high school football years ago, and so we're doing local games. And back then it was Quad A, the Quad A championship game between Bethel Park and whomever. And so Bethel Park wins, and then they advanced to the state playoffs, and we kept going and followed them when they played State College. No, they played at State College. They did play State College someplace. But at that point, Bethel Park is our team. And Joel Nelson, no offense, you were State College grad. Yes. So we were rooting, well, not really rooting openly, but it's like we're doing it from a Bethel Park point of view. And we followed that when they played Wilson, and then they played, I think it was Liberty in the state championship game. And so you once you get to a certain point, you become like the home team broadcast. But there are different ways to call games. But if you've got the United States playing against Canada, and Edzo is rooting for the United States, well, yeah. I mean, he's an American on an American network. And I would assume that the guys, whoever's doing the games, and John Forsland or whoever does the CBC, whoever the Canadian guys are doing the CBC, they'd be rooting for Canada. But so I want to get into this because you got to, and I understand Sid and everything else, you've got to root for the United States. And I've got some other thoughts on the Olympics coming up as well. And then we're going to get Kevin Gorman live. We're going to get into some more Pirate baseball and maybe some more Steeler thoughts and maybe some more other stuff. And maybe Pomp will come on next hour. But I'm running overtime, so I have just enough time here in the 9 o'clock hour to tell you. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Sunny skies and temperatures today in the high 40s. Woohoo!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Last chance for Ram Truck Month. 26 Ram Bighorn, now up to $10,000 off MSRP. 26 Wrangler Sport, just $399 a month. 2025 Grand Cherokee loaded up, only $529 a month. All with up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program. If you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none. And it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Good morning. I have highs in the 50s today with Pittsburgh seeing a high of around 53 degrees. The day will start off sunny. Clouds will slowly thicken as we work our way through the afternoon. Winds will be out of the southwest at 10 miles an hour. Noon temperatures should be in the low 40s with 4 o'clock temperatures in the low 50s. Sunset is at 5:55. Rain chances mixed with some snow if you're east of the ridges. Return tomorrow. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the Kittico Weather Center.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines this afternoon. Pitt basketball will be in action at number 14, North Carolina in Chapel Hill. A 2 o'clock tip-off with coverage here on the Fan beginning at 1:30. Catch it on the free Odyssey app as well. Penn State will take on Oregon at 3 o'clock. Duquesne visits St. Bonaventure at 4. West Virginia at Central Florida at 6 tonight. And then Robert Morris takes on Oakland tomorrow at 2. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's more Jim Colony.
We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
And Pomp is in the house. Bob Pompiani is already here. He's on at 11 o'clock. We'll get him in before the top of the hour. Do a little, what we call in the biz, a crossover segment. So we'll do that. I can tell you about the Fan text line, 412-928-9370. The Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So that's the Edgar Snyder and Associates Fan text line at 412-928-9370. I did get a lot of good texts earlier. I kind of was I wasn't fishing for compliments or whatever, but I did get a few of them. So thanks to everybody that texted to say, yes, Jim, we do know who you are, because I felt obligated to reintroduce myself, because there are people that, you know, I've been on the air here in Pittsburgh for the better part of 35 years, right, since the summer of 1991. Geez, 19 seems like a long time ago, which I guess it was. And I went away for a few years, but then we came back in 2000. So we've lived in the same house now for almost 26 years. So I've been around here. I worked on the Fan Morning Show for 15 years. Or no, I'm sorry, for 12 years, from 2010 up until 2022. And then I retired mostly, and then I've been doing this during the winter months on Saturday mornings off and on. So, you know, I'm Jim Colony. I've been around. That's me. And I tend to kind of wander all over the place, but that's just the way it is. If you don't like it, then you can just, here's what you can do. Here's one of the great things about radio or any form of entertainment. If you don't like what you're listening or watching, is that you can just change the station. And I know that goes against, we're supposed to get as many people as we can to listen to us, but if you've got a problem with it, then find something else to listen to. Now, if you want to torture yourself and just keep listening to it, then that's good. I mean, you know, patronize our advertisers, call Edgar Snyder, and sue me if you'd like to do that. Although I don't think there's any personal injury in me just kind of wandering all over the place. But anyway, Pompiani's here. We'll get him on. Kevin Gorman is in Bradenton. And anytime you see any of the stuff from there this time of year, you think to yourself, man, I wish I was there. Although if you were there, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago when it was 30 degrees in Bradenton, that would have been a bummer. But the weather is turned for the better. And, you know, pitchers and catchers are there. And really a lot of other guys are too. But the full squad is due to report on Monday. So I continue to effort manager Don Kelly, a good friend of mine, but apparently not that good of a friend because we can't get him on the show. But we're going to try to get him on Monday, and we'll see what happens there. But speaking of Monday, Jeff Hathorn and I will be doing the Fan Morning Show from, well, I guess we start around 5:40 with the pre-show, but we're going to be on Monday, Monday morning from 5:40 to 10. Mark Cabali, that's a Monday morning slot with him from 9 to 10. And I got a text today from my good buddy David DeCastro, the former Steeler. And so David's going to join us Monday, I believe at 9:30. He said 9:30 works for him. I said, okay, that works for us. So Jeff and I, Cabali and David DeCastro, what a quartet you have in store Monday morning at 9:30. All right. So I was talking about the Olympics a little while ago. And yes, you do have to, you can root for who you want to root for. You know, if you want to root for, you know, Slovakia, that's fine. But I mean, we're Americans here, and so you root for your own. You root for the United States. At least, you know, that's what I do. And I also root for Sidney Crosby to do well. Right? I watched Canada play a game. Sid got a goal yesterday. Good for him. So you want Sidney Crosby to do well. Did you want Sidney Crosby to score in overtime to beat the United States in the Olympics? No. But if somebody was going to do it, then it may as well be him. So that's kind of the way I look at it. But you're thinking, oh, Sidney Crosby, the Penguins captain, is playing for Canada. I got to root for them. The USA has 2 Pittsburgh guys, Vince Trocheck and JT Miller, plus Jake Gensel, who used to be a Penguin, won a couple of Stanley Cups here. Plus Mike Sullivan's the coach. Billy Garrett is the GM. Bill Garrett, one of the great Penguin, great additions to the Penguins, and just a winning locker room presence besides helping on the ice. But when you guys got like Billy G, you got Sully, you got Gensel, you got Trocheck, you got JT Miller. There are Pittsburgh connections here, so you root for, you root for the Americans. All right. Speaking of which, so the best figure skater in the world is Ilya Malinin. Okay, he's the best. He's the best figure skater. Even though yesterday he was not, but he's the best skater in the world. He does stuff that nobody else can do, and he has a great nickname, the Quad God. Right, because he can put together a program that has more quads than anybody's ever done. There is and I don't know the difference between a toe loop and an axle and a whatever some of the other things are, but he does like a quad axle, which means you land going forward, and nobody else has ever done that, and he's the only guy that's done it. And I can't remember if he did it yesterday or not, but yesterday it was his gold medal to lose, and he lost it. And he stood there afterwards with the interview, and he just said, Andrew Joyce says, "What was your first thought when after the program ended?" And he honestly said, "I blew it," because he did. That doesn't mean he's not the best figure skater in the world. And I'm thinking about rooting for Americans because his nickname, the Quad God, apparently he gave it to himself. And when my wife heard that, all of a sudden she doesn't like him because that there was there's a conceit involved there and is that a generational thing? I don't know. But then she wasn't like she was rooting against him, but I watched that yesterday afternoon and it was amazing just watching him, for lack of a better term, fall apart, based on his standards. It's like, and I should have gone ahead and looked this up, but I got caught up talking to Pomp in the other room and brought up an example. There was a game where Paul Skeens had last season where he was just horrible. Doesn't mean that Paul Skeens isn't the best pitcher in the major leagues, or at least the second best, depending on whether you think Skubal is better. But it doesn't take away from his overall body of work. It means that, heck, even Paul Skeens can have a bad day. And it's completely uncharacteristic. But that would be the equivalent of Paul Skeens, and we can only hope to see this in Game 7 of a World Series, to completely fall apart. And that's what the U.S. figure skater did yesterday. But I thought of that because my wife, when she found out that he'd given himself the nickname the Quad God, all of a sudden she thought a lot lesser of him. But for me, like I said, you can root for who you want to root for. If there's whatever else, I don't know anything against. I obviously couldn't figure skate. I could skate a little bit, but I wasn't a hockey player as a kid. But figure skating now is less subjective than it used to be. Well, it's less crooked than it used to be, I guess, for lack of a better term. But they rely more on actual things that you can quantify via video than it was just a bunch of judges who used to skate back when they were, in the 30s, and that's the 1930s, like when I was growing up. A bunch of these old judges that used to figure skate but could do nothing like what the figure skaters were doing at the time, and then they would judge them. And the same thing is kind of true today, where, the funny thing is that if you watch even figure skating like every 4 years, or if you watch diving and even gymnastics at a world-class level, is that there are a whole lot of us that if you watch enough of that stuff, you could slide in as a judge. And if the athletes were performing the way that they normally do, you could throw up numbers that would be pretty much the same as the other judges, I think. Now, if any of you guys are out there judging stuff, I'm not talking about high school gymnastics where there's a greater there's a greater difference in skill level, but where you've got the best in the world, where, you throw up figure skating numbers. It used to on the 6-point scale. I don't know if they do it anymore. But, you'd hear the judging where, the American figure skater, Dorothy Hamill or whatever. You know, Dorothy Hamill would be up there. She'd do what she did, cute as hell. And all the girls had haircuts like she did, like my wife did when I met her. But anyway, the people are throwing up numbers like Dorothy Hamill. Okay, 5'8", 5'9", 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", 5'3". Uh-oh, must be the East German judge. And pretty much it was. So that's why they would throw out the high figure, the low figure, so that you don't get penalized by the East German judge, unless there was also a Russian judge who was also in league with the East German judge. Now, that's why I miss the old Soviet bloc judging. You know, back when it was much easier to identify the Soviet Union as a country because there was only one of them, and now there's like 20 of them in where the Soviet Union used to be. But the judging, you could always say the one judge in the communist bloc that you could count on being fair was the Czech judge. And I don't know if that's the reason the Soviet tanks rolled into Prague in 1968. But, you know, at any rate, the Czech judge was always pretty good as far as the Eastern Bloc judges went. But, you know, the Polish judge was okay too. But the East German was always bad. The Russian obviously was. But, you know, you get a lot of that stuff. You don't get that stuff anymore. However, in ice dancing, the American couple who is the best in the world at what they do, and the others are really good too, but the American couple is generally considered the best, and they skated what they self-evaluated was a flawless performance. But they didn't win because they lost to a French couple because the French judge underrated the U.S. by a difference of 8 points. And there were some other judges, and they're both really, really good. And that's one where I can't really tell the difference. They're both excellent. At any rate, so the judging, so there were other judges who favored the French couple, and that's fine. But it was just by a little bit because there was very little difference between which couple was better than the other. That was really hard to tell. But an 8-point difference, that was a lot, and then that did make the difference in the gold and the silver medal. That doesn't make the Americans any less of as skaters, and they know it. Everybody else knows it. But still, when you do this once every 4 years, that the rest of us consume this product, and that's where Malinan, same deal, is that he's the best skater in the world, and he was the best skater in 2025 and 2024. He hadn't lost a gold medal in a world competition since 2023. But you get your one shot every 4 years in the Olympics where everybody is watching, and you don't win. Now, he screwed up. I mean, he just, as he put it, self-evaluation. I blew it, and he did. But the American couple didn't blow it in ice dancing, so we got the judging back at it. But just a couple quick thoughts on the Olympics, because I know you're probably sick of it already. But I do like watching this stuff. Now, I don't snowboard at all, and I would have absolutely no interest in doing any of that half pipe stuff that they do. But holy crap, are they crazy, these snowboarders, to go up and do all the aerials and the things that they do. And then when you see the border cross, which will be coming up later on, where they race against one another and they wipe out all over the place, these guys are nuts. And that's why they used to call them extreme sports. And I haven't really watched as much curling as I have in the past, but because we have done curling before, and it is fun to do. The Pittsburgh Curling Club is in McKees Rocks. And I think now, instead of being at Robert Morris, where the ice is actually tilted a little bit because it is for, you know, a hockey rink kind of thing. But I would recommend it. If that piques your interest at all, then you should go and check it out. And they probably have intro to curling, and it really is a lot of fun. But yeah, snowboarders are nuts. I like watching figure skating. And if that figure skating tour comes around, the best figure skating you're going to see in the Olympics, by the way, is when it's all over. They're going to have an exhibition where there is no judging and the skaters are just out there doing stuff. That's really, really good. And if that tour comes to Pittsburgh at PPG Paints, then I would definitely recommend that as something to see. All right, coming up next, I'm going to talk to my friend Kevin Gorman, who's in Bradenton doing what I kind of wish I was doing. In the meantime, hang on, this computer screen just went away. I knew that was going to happen. Because I was going to... Oh, there it is. Okay. But fan Twitter which is at 937thefan.com. It's on X. But Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Now, I did want to thank people for texting us at 412-928-9370. I'm not going to read them all back. I'm going to read this one. It says, "We know you, Jim. West Deer PD shout out." Okay, I'm definitely going to recognize the West Deer Police because I tend to frequent West Deer roadways from time to time, and I definitely want to stay on their good side because, hey, I love you guys. Kevin Gorman coming up next from Bradenton, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This afternoon, Pitt basketball is in action. They'll take on number 14, North Carolina, 2 o'clock this afternoon from Chapel Hill, right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 1:30. Catch it on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News and World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month at Joe Ball GMC. Take on winter in a new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Capability that works as hard as you do. See JoeBallGM.com for details. Joe Ball GMC, sales and service.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Oops, wrong piece of paper here before we get to Kevin. Thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing, and we can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon presented by MetaConnect. We were able to raise over $345,000 to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families, powered by Dynergy and brought to you by, Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. I think that's what we need, some window fashions. Our windows are just, they're just windows. I was just replying to a text line and just texted somebody back, ha ha. That seems to cover it. All right, joining us now on the fan hotline, which, as I like to point out on Saturdays, is sponsored during the week but not on the weekends, is our good friend Kevin Gorman of the Trib. And first of all, Kevin, I know you, well, no, not that you have nothing to do with it because you're part of it, but I know that, and look, the people lamenting, and I'm one of them, the apparent upcoming demise of the Post-Gazette. However, if people haven't checked out the Trib and the stories that you guys are covering and the columns that you get on the Trib Sports section is really good. I just wanted to let you know that. So maybe you can pass it along up the food chain at the Trib to let people know it's, and as far as I know, maybe I'm not doing the right thing here, but no subscription required. It's there for people to read. So check out triblive.com, and you can read Kevin's stuff from Bradenton. And then, I'm going to throw out, I guess they're competitors, but Starkey's there now, right? Joe Starkey has a column there, I think. But there's some good content there. So I just wanted to pass that along. So, good morning to you.
I appreciate that, Jim. Yeah, it's, and just so people know, because, the Trib is Westmoreland County based, but we do print, Tuesday through Saturday still, and we have a weekender edition. I believe they're going to expand that to having a Pittsburgh weekender edition. So you still can't find the Trib in print. You're going to have to go to and if you're in Allegheny County, you're going to go to a convenience store or a grocery store or something along those lines. It's not delivered. But we do still print, on a daily basis. And you can check everything out at triblive.com, as you mentioned. So I appreciate the plug.
And then sending and then you're in Bradenton. That's great. I miss it. Although I was saying earlier, I guess I do get older every day. We all do. But it was like 6 years ago now that I was last in Bradenton. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago. And I'm sure things have changed a little bit, but I always just
the only thing we don't miss about you being here, because you are missed in Bradenton.
Yeah, sure.
The only thing we don't miss is that when we were still, covering games or on the road or whatever, you'd be at the beach posting beach pics and rubbing it in for all of us. So that's the only thing we don't miss about Jim Colony at spring training.
Okay, I guess the statute of limitations has run out on that. I just didn't make the trip across to. The one trip I hated was Orlando. And that no longer exists, right? The only trip you would have over that area would be when they play the Tigers in Lakeland.
Yes, they have I think it's on February 28th and March 1st. They have a 2-game road trip where they're facing the Cardinals.
Oh, okay.
And somebody else, but I think they're in Jupiter and West Palm on back-to-back days. But most of the games nowadays are played on the Gulf Coast, which makes the travel a lot easier. That you're driving, Fort Myers is the long drive, going 2 hours to Fort Myers as opposed to 3-4 hour drives across the other side of the state.
Well, that's right. As long as you're going 80 miles an hour with everybody else on I-75, you should be okay. That's actually the most dangerous stretch. And I guess this is talking out of school, but if you go and watch the Pirates in Bradenton and then you drive up they have a lot of games in Dunedin and Clearwater and Tampa where they play the Phillies, the Yankees, and the Blue Jays. That stretch where you have to drive by the old trop in there with that's just that's a treacherous little spot. But enough of that. Let's talk about what's going on today. And one of the things I know I heard you yesterday with Pomp and Joe. Although I guess Pomp wasn't on yesterday, but talking about Connor Griffin, the one thing I loved about this, and it reminds me of when Mike Tomlin would make sure that he would line up in backs on backers. He'd make sure that he got the matchup he wanted to get. And so, hey, Paul Skeens is pitching. So who do we want to bat against him? We want Connor Griffin. And to me, that must have been nice theater and a great thing to see early in spring training.
Well, and the thing is, we all saw it on social media because it happened Monday, because Skeens is on a little bit of a different schedule given that he's going to pitch for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. So that happened before pitchers and catchers, report date. The final report date, which was Wednesday, that happened on Monday. But just to know that Connor Griffin at age 19 was willing to go in and take live batting practice against a guy who was 2 years ago the National League Rookie of the Year, and this past season the unanimous National League Cy Young Award winner, and has a sub-2 ERA, and all the accolades that come with Paul Skeens is one thing. To see him on the mound, standing there at 6'6", 260 pounds, knowing that he can touch triple digits, knowing that he has a 7-pitch offering, and the willingness for Connor Griffin to stand and say, I want to face the best, and not only that, but to get, he said he got a punch out on three heaters, and then he turned around and made contact. And now there were no fielders in there, so I hesitate to call it a hit, but he hit a line drive to left field, and so just to be able to do that has to be a confidence builder, that he could actually put bat on ball and drive it and do it that way. That's a good sign for Connor Griffin right there.
Well, he had seen that social media video of Livy Dunn standing in against him. And I remember seeing that. I'm going you got to be kidding me. And that's one of those things. I rarely call my wife over to show her a video of some sports thing. But I said, hey, check this out. And she's just like, oh, no. So good for Livy standing in there. I guess you have to – if she didn't trust him to throw a strike in that situation, then I guess their relationship would have no future.
Yeah, if Paul was a true competitor, though, he might have made her wear one. That's just my take.
Can you imagine that, though? Can you imagine? I don't know. When we played as kids, the pitch that hit me, I never made it past Little League, really. So, what did I get hit by? Like a 50-mile-an-hour fastball from some 11-year-old kid? I just can't imagine getting drilled by something like that. But so the pitchers and catchers are there. The full squad is not due in until Monday, but what's the attendance like so far? Because, in modern day baseball, it's not like guys trickle in. Pretty much guys tend to show up pretty early, don't they?
Yeah. In fact, coming into today, there were only 4 players that hadn't checked in so far, and they were all veterans. 3 of them were newcomers. Ryan O'Hearn, Brandon Lau, and Marcell Ozuna, along with Brian Reynolds. These are guys who, and sometimes when I say they haven't checked in, we haven't seen them in the clubhouse. Sometimes they've checked in with the organization to let them know they're in Florida. Sometimes they've had their physical and just not hanging out here. They're like, hey, I'll be there for the first workout. Brandon Lau showed up today, so he's here. We got a chance to see him. We haven't had a chance to talk with him yet because we just kind of let him do his thing and get acclimated. But almost everybody is here, and that's a good sign for the Pirates that from day one, from the day one we had access, which was Wednesday, that it's been almost full squad, and that these guys are out there taking infield drills, taking live batting practice, getting batting practice off the jugs machine, that they're really getting acclimated before they were, before it was demanded of them. Let's put it that way, required of them. So that's been a good sign. And I think the other thing is, just seeing some of these young guys work in with some of the older guys, you see that sometimes you see that the talent level, there's a disparity. When you saw a couple years ago, Termarr Johnson comes up as a 18-year-old kid who had just been drafted in the first round. And you see, okay, he looks very young compared to everybody else. And then a couple years later, you say, oh, Termarr Johnson's only, he might be a year away. He might not be that far away. And so sometimes you can watch that talent gap shrink a little bit, where you see the players start to look a lot closer to major leaguers and knowing that they're on the cusp.
It's the way that now the two best. Connor Griffin is not yet one of the best players on the Pirates, although who knows, he may be by September. But when you look at the maturity, and we've seen that with Skeens, but it strikes me as interesting when you see like a 23-year-old guy, still very young by major league standards, even though he's been around for a couple of years now. But when you see him talk about the maturity of another guy who's going to turn 20 next month, it's just, I don't know, it's kind of funny to have a guy that young talk about the maturity of another guy that young. It's just, it's a weird dynamic, but maybe the Pirates here are going in the right direction.
Well, here's another weird dynamic. When you think about Paul Skeens at Connor Griffin's age, he was just in the midst of his sophomore season at the University of the U.S. Air Force Academy, and had not yet won, the John Olerud Award as the best two-way player in college baseball, had not yet transferred to LSU. So, he was a good player on the way to becoming a great player, on the way to becoming a dominant player. And Connor Griffin's already the number one prospect in baseball, and he's already a guy that we're talking about competing for the starting shortstop job before he even turns 20 years old. It gives you an idea that in comparison to Paul Skeens, a guy who took the baseball world by storm, Connor Griffin at the same age is ahead of where Skeens was. And that's pretty phenomenal when you think about it. This is a guy who showed up last year as an 18-year-old, not yet 19, and Andrew McCutchen said, you don't typically see a teenage kid come here and fill out his uniform the way that Connor Griffin does. He's 6'4", 225 pounds. He looks like a major league ball player on a physical level. He carries himself like one. He speaks like a guy who this isn't overwhelming to him. I think last year there was more of a, wow, it's exciting to be here. This year it's kind of like, hey, I belong. And I think that's the difference. We haven't seen Connor Griffin do much on the field yet so far, but he certainly looks the part. And that's when people say to me, how can you say that you think he could be the opening day shortstop? I'm like, because he passes the eye test. He certainly looks like a major leaguer in every sense. Now, is he going to hit major league pitching in the Grapefruit League? We'll see. Is he going to field his position to the level that you want for a major league shortstop? We'll see. But in terms of being a guy who doesn't look out of place, I think that's what Connor Griffin's initial impression has been this year, is that he's walking in looking like a guy who belongs in the major leagues, belongs in major league camp, and we'll see. But I feel like he's made a case for himself with the first full professional season he had last year, with the numbers that he put up as a 3-4-5 guy in the slash line, as a guy who hit for power, who hit for average, who fielded his position at a Gold Glove level, who can steal bases. He's got all of the tools working. And so, I think he's a lot closer than people realize, and it's not just hype.
Is there a way to get I was talking to Bob Smisac last hour, and Bob is like, he's a realist, I'll put it that way. And as he pointed out, over his career, he could produce reams of papers of guys who excelled in spring training, and it turned out to be a mirage. But isn't there a way to get a look at him if you make sure, we see the they'll post the pitchers 2 or 3 days in advance and in spring training, and we know who's going to be pitching and who they're going to be facing. And maybe if they've got a game in Tampa and you see that Garrett Cole's going to be pitching in that game for the Yankees, is there a way to do this where you can make sure that Connor Griffin is in there and gets looks against those kinds of pitchers so that he faces legitimate major league competition as often as possible?
I think that seems to be a Donnie Kelly MO right now, is that he wants to get these guys facing competition. You know, the first day of live BPs, O'Neal Cruz was out there facing, I think it was Mason Montgomery. He wanted to see a left-hander who brought some big heat, which Mason Montgomery touches triple digits. Connor Griffin facing Paul Skeens is another example. I think the Pirates want that challenge. They want to see how the guys respond. They want to put them in adversarial positions. So sometimes you want to put guys in positions to succeed, to build confidence. Other times you want to put them in positions where they could possibly fail, to see if they're going to, what their compete level is going to be like, how they respond to a challenge. And I think, that the Pirates should give Connor Griffin every opportunity. The difference between him and Skeens in his first camp was that Skeens, because he had pitched, for one, deep into the College World Series, you have to consider Paul Skeens as a freshman at Air Force was a relief pitcher. He was a full-time catcher and a relief pitcher. As a sophomore year, he was a two-way player. As a junior, he was a pitcher only for LSU. That the innings buildup was gradual for him, and so they had to be careful about not only his innings count but his pitch count. And so they were very careful about that because they wanted to have him available in September if they were going to be a contender. With Connor Griffin, it's different. This is a guy who played 122 games last year across 3 levels. So he's shown that he has the durability to play every day. Now, whether he's ready for 162, we don't know, but he may not be asked to play 162. But I certainly think he's a lot more, ready for that type of demand than maybe, than a pitcher who was coming out of college. There was, and that's the big thing. I had somebody say to me, "Hey, there's a lot." After I was on with Starkey yesterday, there's a lot of guys that were very hyped, rookies who came up and were supposed to be these great hitters, and Jackson Holliday, and Colt Keith, and Corbin Carroll, and so many other Roman Anthony. So many of these guys come up and they struggle for a little bit, and there's an adjustment to facing major league pitching because the precision. They're going to see the fastballs, they're going to see the curveballs and the breaking pitches and the off-speed stuff in the minors. It's the precision is that these guys can throw every pitch for strikes, and they can put them where they want them. They can throw strike the ball or ball to strike. So that's the big difference, is that having to see that. But I look at Connor Griffin a little bit differently. I think he's built different. I think he's kind of got the physique, the stature of a Alex Rodriguez at the same age, but he plays like Bobby Witt, like kind of at a breakneck pace. And this is a guy who's been a star, since he was probably in 8th grade. This isn't all new to him. He's not an overnight sensation. He was the Gatorade National High School Player of the Year, and he was as a senior in high school. And then the very next year, he was the minor league Player of the Year. And now he's the consensus #1 prospect. I very much feel like he was raised the right way and kind of groomed to handle all of this pressure and the success that comes with it, which is sometimes more important how you handle the success.
And the Pirates, I've ripped the Pirates for a number of years for a number of reasons. And yet they got this one. He wasn't an automatic. And even, even Skeens wasn't automatic, right? Because you could have taken a position player, #1 instead. And I can see the argument for a position player because like you were just talking about, you're talking about a full season with a guy in the lineup every day. But Griffin wasn't an automatic, no-brainer kind of a thing. This wasn't like drafting Sidney Crosby.
Oh. He's at #9.
Yeah, and so it looks like they got that one right. Very similar, although you were talking about a guy who looks the part. A guy who doesn't look the part at all. Ben Kindle looks like he's about 12 years old, and yet he plays like an NHL veteran. And it looks like Kyle Dubas and the Penguins got that one right. Just real quick before we let you go, we're talking to Kevin Gorman here with the Pirates in Bradenton. Okay, so the Pirates have done well, compiling young pitching. What is the rotation? How do you think it's going to shake out? Obviously, there's Skeens. Obviously, there's Keller. There's probably, Bubba Chandler if all things go well. But what do we got after that?
Well, as of right now, you have, Braxton Ashcraft and Carmen Majinski, 2 guys who went in opposite directions last year. And I don't mean that in performance related. I mean, Braxton started the season in the minors. It came up to the Pirates in the bullpen and then became a starter. Majinski started the season as a starting pitcher, made the opening day roster as a starting pitcher, had to go back to the minors and then came back as a reliever before doing a little bit of both, doing some opening and short stints. I think they both have a chance to be in the starting rotation. The Pirates also added Jose Urquidy, a right-handed pitcher who was with the Houston Astros, who the Pirates hired the former Astros pitching coach Bill Murphy. So there's some familiarity there. You know, that Donnie Kelly was with the Astros in 2019 as their first base coach when Urquidy came up. So there's some familiarity there. And they also have Mike Clevenger, who they signed as a non-roster guy. It's a minor league deal. He used to pitch for the Guardians, I believe the Padres. He's a guy who, you know, has maybe an outside chance. But it wouldn't surprise me if the Pirates went out and added another starting pitcher, you know, on a one-year deal. And Ben Cherington's MO has been to sign a left-hander that plays well at PNC Park. And those guys that he looks for, the type that are innings eaters, you know, Patrick Corbin, I think, is a guy that's still out there. There's a couple of them that are still out there that are proven major league starters that, you know, have been at the top of a rotation before, but are going to be at the back end of this one if they sign with the Pirates.
All right, Kevin Gorman of the Trib covering the Pirates in Bradenton. Thanks. Are you down there for the duration, or you get a break at some point?
I'm here for a month, so I'm here until like March 9th or 10th, somewhere around there.
Oh.
I think they play they play at the Yankees in Tampa on the 9th. I think I'm going to leave the next morning. So I'll be home for a couple weeks and then ready for the season. So hope to have coverage all the way through. I'll talk to enough guys while I'm here that we'll have coverage that'll extend right up to opening day.
All right. Well, nice job. Enjoy reading your stuff in the Trib, and thanks for taking some time today. Enjoy the rest of the day. And if you, see anybody I know, tell them I said hi.
Will do, Jim. Thanks so much for having me.
Okay.
And you're missed down here, even if beach picks a little bit, but mostly just having you down here and enjoying your laughter.
Okay. Well, I'll be down there. We're making a trip, not for spring training, but we're visiting relatives in Florida in the middle of March. So I'll make sure I text you some photos.
Sounds good. Thanks,
okay.
Jim.
All right, Kevin. Thank you very much. Kevin Gorman of the Trib. And I did mean that. I'm just not throwing that out there, but it's something that I probably did not read the Trib as much as I should have before, say, within the last month or so. It's really good. There's a lot of stuff there. So definitely check it out, triblive.com. All right, so thanks to Kevin Gorman. Thanks to Bob Smisac. Pompiani is here, so we'll see if I can't coax Pomp into coming in, and we'll be able to chat for a few minutes before Pomp takes over solo at 11 o'clock. I'm Jim Colony on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 o'clock this afternoon, Pitt basketball is in action. They'll take on number 11, North Carolina. That game being played in Chapel Hill. Coverage here on The Fan begins at 1:30 ahead of the 2 o'clock tip-off. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh.
bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, if you're on the YouTube, you can see me looking off to the side because just want to make sure Pomp was coming in, and he's here. This is exciting. Bob, this is the best part of coming in to do this show on Saturdays, is because I know you're throwing stuff around, you're throwing some kind of a tantrum.
No. I was just
this
cord always gets caught up in things, and I have to pull it off to get it back.
Is Starkey off next week?
No, I think he's going to play golf in Florida on Saturday. So.
Oh, that's it?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
He better not be off this week.
Okay, well, I heard him talking about going to Florida.
Yeah, I think he's going to go to play golf.
Okay, because I heard him talking
he's getting anxious.
Gorman. I forgot to ask, we had Kevin Gorman on, and Kevin does a nice job with the Pirates. He's in Bradenton, we're not. How did he get Gormy the Owl? I meant to ask Kevin that, where Starkey just comes up with these weird nicknames.
Because, he just sits here and whatever comes to his mind. It's almost like a different version of Chris Berman when he was giving nicknames.
Yeah, but
Gormy
Berman,
the Owl, I don't know where that came from.
But that had, because if you have like Bert Be Home Bly Levin, which was one of his good ones.
That was one of my.
Oh, to be young again, McDowell. You know, there are a lot of them. Didn't you used to do that? We used to do that
before.
All the
time, yeah.
And Chris Berman is our age, or I'm older than you, but I think Chris Berman is exactly my age. But anyway, we used to do that all the time when we were kids about, make up middle nicknames for people. Other than today, everybody is just so-and-so F whatever. It's like there's no creativity involved in those. But but he doesn't look like an owl.
Is there such a character as Gormy the Owl? Was there back in the day? I don't know. Maybe there was some sort of story.
I don't know, Joel. Any help with this? No. Okay, yeah, he's got nothing. And by the way, to answer your question, it's a goal differential kind of a thing, where Sweden did win against Slovakia, but there's goal differential involved, and so Sweden pulled a goalie at the end to try to get another goal because they would have been better off winning by 3 as opposed to winning by 1 or something. I don't know, but I just looked it up and saw that. So yeah, are you in Olympics? I heard you guys talking about the Olympics the other day. Joe appeared to be infatuated with curling because you guys had that match on, the U.S. against South Korea, which the U.S. managed to. Actually, they ended up pulling away in the 10th end. But and you've never done it. You've never tried it. It's fun. Didn't you guys ever do like a feature, send the camera? Did you send Richie to do it? Or
no, back in the day, way back in the day, we used to do it as features around here because there are a lot of local clubs that do curling. But we haven't done that recently. And I just don't. I'm always interested what the TV ratings are going to be on these kinds of things because I've come to realize that you can put just about anything on TV and there is an audience for some of it, most of it, whether it's poker, whether it's tiddlywinks, whatever they put on television, somebody will watch it. And I was curious, and I haven't seen the ratings because they break it down by sport on television ratings too. You could find out who's watching what, which is why figure skating is always on.
I think with the Olympics, I like watching figure skating.
I do too.
Did you watch it yesterday afternoon?
Did you see Jake Hensel lose?
He does look like Jake, doesn't he?
He does.
That's what I thought about.
He finished in 8th. I felt bad for him. He was really doing a great job.
He's the best figure skater in the world. It's like the analogy I pointed out, although it would really be like if Paul Skeens, we can only be fortunate. Well, we'll probably see this at some point, probably not in a Pittsburgh uniform, sadly, but if Paul Skeens completely fell apart in Game 7 of the World Series, right? That would be the equivalent. But I know there was a game last year, and I still haven't looked it up, that where he was just awful. And it was like Paul Skeens, and you watching, you're like, you got to be kidding me. Like he couldn't get anybody out, and it was just by his standards a disaster. Didn't mean that he's not the best pitcher in baseball, just because he had a bad day. It's just that in Malinen's case, he had his worst day at the worst time possible.
Right.
And I thought what he did is that he held back, is that he didn't have to be he didn't have to do all of his stuff in order to win. And so he starts out at the beginning and he already, where he usually does like a quad thing, he didn't do it at the very beginning. He went into a double. And then right then, instead of him going kind of balls to the wall, I
think he got defensive. It was like the prevent defense. He had a big lead going into that thing, and he did everything you described in his first run through that. And on this one, it wasn't the case and got sloppy.
Yeah, all the other guys blew it because I'm sitting there. It's easy for us to say. I'm watching this. I'm going like, well, this guy's out. Like the guy 2 before him. I say, well, that guy's done. And then the guy right before him, he's done. He was out of it. He just had to, skate around and just do stuff, and he didn't. But what I pointed out with, have you ever gone to any of the exhibitions when they come here, where they bring the, I don't even know what they call it.
I used to, yeah. We used to. I haven't done that recently. I don't know when the last time. Sometimes they take all the medal winners and put them on tour. I think that's what you're speaking of.
And that's when they skate without any pressure. And that's why they're going to do a thing right in a few days whenever they're done with all the figure skating stuff, where they just go out there and skate. No judges, no nothing. And there was also a controversy, and I'll just kind of leave you with this because you're looking forward to talking about something else other than whatever.
This is a slow time of the year, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But there was a judging thing in the ice dancing where the U.S. couple that is the best, and they're not by much, but they're better than the French couple typically. But the French judge devalued the U.S. performance by a factor of 8, much more than anybody else, and the U.S. couple ended up losing by a little bit because of that. And the International Skating Union has stepped up and said it was legit, but I don't know. I mean, this is back in the days of the East German judge when we were kids.
I remember that, and I think that stuff is so politically motivated. I do. I think there's a lot of it to that, like everything today.
Well, the French don't. Well, okay. This is I'm
just telling you,
staying out of my lane.
I look at things, and I'm sure you do.
Yes.
We're not experts at this stuff.
No.
But you can tell a good program when you see it. You can also, like, if you're going to start deducting points for stuff that just the average fan, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I just look at, do I appreciate that? Yes. Do I think it's not as good? Yes. You can make that determination.
It's like they said yesterday, where in Malinen's performance, where he goes, well, that's an automatic 2-point deduction. I'm thinking it's a lot more than that. Whatever they're done. And I understand the automatic deduction is if your butt hits the ice or your hand does or whatever, then unless it's supposed to. So what else you got on your show today, Bob?
Well, we're going to talk a lot about what the Penguins do after this break. We're also going to talk about how dangerous this can be. We saw Kevin Fiala of the Kings. He's in surgery today in Italy after he got checked. It was not a dirty check by Tom Wilson. Did you watch it?
No, I did not see that one.
Yeah, but he's out for the year now. The risk of these kind of tournaments.
Yes, that happened to Paul Martin in 2010.
Right. And that was a big loss. And so, these are the kinds of things, and a lot of people will say, well, they shouldn't compete. Well, yeah, they should compete. But the problem is no matter what you do, you run the risk of being, out for extended periods of time. I think we saw that with the Four Nations last year when Keith Tkachuk, not Keith,
the Tkachuks were fighting everybody, so they were okay.
Yeah, but no, which one was the one who got injured? He was injured for Florida.
Brady?
Not Brady. Keith is the father now.
Yes, I know. I did his high school. I did high school games. Keith Tkachuk's.
Matthew.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
I did Keith Tkachuk's games in high school.
I remember Keith Tkachuk. That's why when I
did his games at Malden Catholic when I worked in Boston.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Matthew Tkachuk was out for the balance of the regular season because of that.
Yes.
So that can happen, and it does hurt your team. Although they still won a cup, he came back, whatever.
I know baseball is a little bit different, but what if something were to happen to, say, Paul Skeens?
That's one of the questions I'm going to bring up. Would you be comfortable? Does he have to play in the World Baseball Classic? Of course he does. He's going to, and you can't stand in his way. But what happens if something goes bad there? How are you as a Pirate fan are going to feel?
That's why there's never a good time. The same thing could happen theoretically in the All-Star game.
Absolutely.
I mean, if there was like a comeback or like Ohtani turns on one and it comes straight up the middle, boom, off the elbow, it could happen. He could get hit by a bus after whatever. But you can always make that argument. But it always seems like when you're getting paid, and there's an investment involved here. And
that's all this is.
And even
all these guys are investments.
Even from a personal standpoint, as the player, they invest in themselves. And a guy like Skeens, he's not getting paid yet. I mean, he's getting paid plenty of money, but he's not getting paid like he's going to get paid.
Right. And that's the question you ask all the time. Should you agree to money now because it is guaranteed? And if it does happen that you get injured and you haven't signed one of these deals, what should you do? We'll also talk about Connor Griffin and whether or not he is worthy of an extension, a long-term contract right off the bat before we've ever seen him play.
That's a good topic. That's a weird one for me. Maybe we'll get into that. I guess I'll be on next Saturday too. Bob, you're late for your show.
You could keep making me late. That's fine.
I know you say that all the time. And somebody on the text line texted in Walt Tkachuk. Walt was Keith's uncle.
Uncle, right.
Yeah. So
there's a lot of Tkachuks, just like there are a lot of Stahls, just like there are a lot of Suitors. Just these families are unbelievable, aren't they?
And it's going to get, I don't want to say worse. No, but think about it. So like you said, there were 3 Stahls of that generation that were in the NHL and still are. And so the Stahls are going to, just to get biblical here, they're going to beget more. Isn't that what they do? They beget people?
Yes.
Okay, so I remember. And so they're going to beget more. So 20 years from now, there could be like 9 Stahls.
Oh.
Right? If each of them has 3 kids, 3 sons.
And it seems like no matter, who it comes from, those people play hockey. It's part of what they do. Start them early, and they become NHLers. It's unbelievable.
All right, that's Bob Pompiani. He's coming up. He's already 5 minutes, so he's going to be like 15 minutes late for a show. But it's just like you are during the week, right? Joe Stark, you'll be very proud.
There is no clock. I've come to expect no clock. So whatever the clock is, it doesn't matter. So keep going if you want, Jim.
Well, plus you have to stay on for an extra half hour today because of Pitt basketball.
That's right. We got Pitt basketball today. And
but I know
2 o'clock last week wasn't a good start for them. They took on SMU at 2, and they got blown out of that game. Funny thing about Pitt basketball, they start well. Every one of these games, even against Duke the other day. I mean, they were in the game at halftime, and then all of a sudden, quick in the second half, everything goes the opposite way.
So it's halftime adjustments, Bob. Thought I threw
Or
it.
just
That left you speechless.
It gets to the point where it's kind of lack of talent as time goes on. When you're dealing with Duke versus Pitt has a very small bench. They don't use a lot of guys.
Yep.
So it takes. I'm sure that's part of it.
It is. And Bob will expound upon that when his show begins, probably about 20 minutes late, 15 minutes from now. Anyway, hey, thanks a lot, Joel. Thank you. Thanks to Bob Smisac. Thanks to Kevin Gorman. Thanks to you guys for hanging in. I guess, I'm going to be back on Monday morning, starting at 5:40 with Jeff Hathorn. And we were debating whether or not back-channeling when we got the ask to do the show and inside stuff, Bob, here, but I know you appreciate this. Jeff and I are texting each other, do you really want to do this? He says, I don't know. I'll do it if you'll do it. It's like, well, I'll do it if you'll do it kind of thing. And then, so Jeff and I are on Monday, and we're going to have, Kabali is in with us, I guess, from 9 to 10. And then at 9:30, David DeCastro will be joining Jeff and me on Monday morning, and I'll be back again next Saturday, too. All right, here you go. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Sunny skies and temperatures today in the 40s.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is Around the League, powered by Factor. As the pro basketball season moves deeper into the second half, the pressure is on. Contenders are separating. The trade deadline is come and gone, and all-star storylines are heating up. This is the stretch where preparation matters. Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor, eat like a pro.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6T M055265. 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Heacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop Drop into an Xfinity store today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pitt basketball this afternoon takes on number 11 North Carolina, 2 o'clock from Chapel Hill, right here on the Fan, with coverage beginning at 11:30 and on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, what a beautiful Saturday morning it is in Pittsburgh. That snow that we accumulated in that one big snowstorm is gradually going away, and it will continue to go away because temperatures today are supposed to get near 50. We'll talk about that as we go along, but it's always great to see the sunshine after what we've gone through, all these consecutive days of sub-32-degree temperatures. So that gives you an opportunity to be optimistic, and on weather like this, you tend to be optimistic. Are you optimistic about the Pirates? Are you optimistic about the Penguins when they come back? Are you optimistic that the Steelers and their coaching staff, now totally complete, is capable of getting this team into and winning playoff games? We're here to talk about it with you at 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. We'll also delve into some Olympic opportunities that are going on, especially when it comes to hockey, because there's a Penguin contingent of players over there, and Sidney Crosby's on the team. Joel Nelson's behind the glass. Joe, I want to ask you a question, just because I think this is interesting. Watching Canada twice now, and if you take a penalty against Canada, you're asking for problems, right? I mean,
yes, indeed.
They throw a group out there that includes McDavid, McKinnon, and Crosby with Makar and Reinhart. How in the world do you stop that?
You don't?
No, you don't. You can't take a penalty against that group. They've been terrific. McDavid has 6 points in 2 games so far. Crosby, a goal and a couple of assists, and that team looks really good. So we'll talk more about that. And can USA beat them if they have to? Women's USA hockey's doing well over there in Olympic ice hockey. They've won every game. It seems like they score 5 or more goals every time they play. So a lot to get into. But first, I want to remind you the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net is that number. If you saw the Olympic highlights yesterday, or if you watched the game, you saw Kevin Fiala get injured in a collision with Tom Wilson. When I saw it, I thought, oh, it's Tom Wilson. Therefore, that's got to be some maliciousness going on there. But I wasn't sure if it was, and the more I looked at it, I didn't think. There were a lot of people who thought it was kind of a slew foot thing, but I don't know that it was that. I just think it was an unfortunate situation where Fiala's leg got all tangled out, had to be stretchered off the ice. He's undergoing surgery today in Italy, and he is going to be lost for the season for the LA Kings. That's not good news, and that's the risk you have when you decide to play in one of these tournaments. And I get it; it's a patriotic thing. It's a chase of a gold medal. You don't get many opportunities, especially for guys in team sports like this, to be over there and playing. But how would you feel if it happened to a member of the Penguins? And I always ask this question this time of the year because it is one to consider. These are professional athletes who are being paid a lot as an investment for a team and a group of guys. And so there is risk involved. But in no way possible do you tell guys like that not to compete. They've earned too much. They want to chase it. It's a part of the game. I think if you listen to Gary Bettman, it helps the game. You hope it would. Having a bigger ice surface on a regular basis would help the game too, as opposed to some of the stuff we see here. But, yeah, that's a serious part of what goes on, these injuries. Anyway, Sweden today against Slovakia, and Sweden was in an interesting position because, goal differential matters, and they have to light up the scoreboard when they get a chance to do it. But they lit up a late goal in that game, and I think, if I'm looking at this correctly, may cost them an opportunity to get a bye. And if it does, that means they're going to have to play maybe USA or Canada right off the bat in the quarterfinal round. So there's certainly a lot going on there. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We're talking about that, but we'll also get into the Penguins at the trade deadline. It's coming up early March. By the time this tournament is over in Italy, they'll be talking about what should happen. And by the way, Artur Shilov's got the win for Latvia. He was in goal in a 4-3 upset win over Germany, and he played a pretty good game. And that was the first Latvia win in Olympic ice hockey since 2014, and Artur Shilov's was in net, which brings us to the question about him and them. What do you do if you're Kyle Dubas with your goaltending situation? You have Sergei Miroshov in your system. He is your goaltender of the future, no doubt. But you have Shilovs, who's really played well of late. And then you have Stuart Skinner, who was good when he first came here, I think. And lately he hasn't been all that good, but it could be just a 2-game situation. But he's certainly played well enough to think you can win with him. What do they do at the trade deadline with regard to those goaltenders? Because they have Miroshov ready to play. If you're a team that's competing, as they are right now, for potentially first place in the Metropolitan Division, if you think they have a chance, and yes, I know this is somewhat of a rebuild or retool or whatever you want to call it, but they're in a position with guys like Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang on your team that one last opportunity to win a championship potentially, this could be it. So what do you do? Do you make a trade? I'd like to hear from you at 412-928-9370 because Skinner's at the end of a contract. So they're going to have to figure out what to do. 27 years old, going to be 28. He's played a lot of high-level hockey, a lot of high big-time tournaments. So he's been battle-tested that way. He hasn't been at his best in some of those games, but he's made some key saves in Game 7s of series. So that's one that it's a tough one to answer because I still think if they're playing well and those two guys, Shilovs and Skinner, are playing well in goal and you're heading down the stretch, you have a chance. I don't know if I'd want to mess that up. I think Miroshov is certainly a guy who knows that he's going to be tabbed as the goaltender of the future and for hopefully a long future. But maybe now is not the time to ride with him. Or if they get a good offer for him, they can do it and just trust him. We will see on that at 412-928-9370. You also have to then ask the question with regard to Crosby, Letang, and Malkin, how many of these guys, I'm talking about guys like Rust, guys like Raquel, guys like even Anthony Mantha, as good as he's been playing, if you get an offer that is really a good offer for you moving forward, because there are going to be a lot of teams when you look at it, almost every team in the Metropolitan, with few exceptions, are going to be looking to try to get into the playoffs. So that means they're going to want to buy something. They're going to need something. How many of the things they need are on the Penguin roster? And how many things will the Penguins be willing to risk out there and trade in order to get better for the future? I think that's always a good question to ask at 412-928-9370. We're going to get into the Pirates as well. Are you optimistic? It's sunny outside. Optimistic day here in Pittsburgh. Are you optimistic about the lineup? And we'll talk about what the Pirate lineup may be, and should Connor Griffin begin it? I think he should right off the bat if he is what he says he is, and then, or what he thinks he is, I'm sorry. And then you're going to get a chance to talk about whether or not he should be given a big contract right now, and will he be willing to accept that contract? Let's go to the phone lines, and we'll keep those open all day today until 1:30 when I leave you and make way for the Pitt Panther pregame show. Ron is in Latrobe, and right now he's on the Fan. Hello, Ron.
Hi, Bob. How are you?
Doing well. How are you today?
I'm really well. Hey, I appreciate what a nice job you do in talk radio just in general, but you were talking about what do we think about the Penguins at the trade deadline?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I really think we should look at packaging Rickard Rakell with maybe some of our draft picks because we have so many to get, a big-time player. I feel like this team can go deep in the playoffs this year. I know a lot of people don't necessarily believe that, but I do. And I just think that, as much as I've always appreciated Rickard Rakell, I think he's been less than productive for us, and I think he's somebody that if we can package him with somebody and get a stronger, more productive forward, this team could be really dangerous and go deep.
Well, what if you don't? I mean, I don't know what I'd be looking for Rickard Rakell. Again, he still is a main part of that first line when he's there. And they're rolling 4 lines. The way they're playing, they need the 4 lines to be there. He's a big part of that. You'd have to tell me what the offer is, I suppose. And I don't know if I just want a 3rd-round draft pick. I would want something better for that for Rickard Rakell, but it may not be coming your way. So how about a goalie situation, Ron? What would you do with that? Would you trust Miroshov and trade a guy like Skinner, who's going to become a free agent?
Well, I don't know. The one thing about the goaltending, I feel like they're really, really good and solid in regulation. My biggest consideration or concern is how many points we left on the table because we can't finish in overtime, and we sure as hell can't finish in shootout. So that's something that I look at, and I wonder, how we could do better with that. I do like Stu. I think he's solid and has a great presence in the locker room. I think guys respect him. And I think he's really been solid. I've heard a lot of people talk about our goaltending and how weak it's been, but if you think about it, since the Christmas break, this Pittsburgh Penguin team has taken 31 of 40 possible points. So they've really had a stretch of strong games in the last 20 games they played. So I don't think you can discount the goaltending that much. I am concerned that we can't finish in overtime and shootouts, though.
Oh, there's no question that's the problem. And if they had done that, they'd probably be in first place right now. Thank you, Ron, for the call at 412-928-9370. They're 14-3-3 since the break, one of the best records in hockey. They've been playing a very good style of hockey. And even though they are in, as I said, somewhat of a rebuild, trying to balance 2 different ends here, I still think you want to give it a shot when you have legitimate guys. I want to see Sidney Crosby and Malkin and Letang and those guys play in high-leverage games. They haven't done it in 3 years, and who knows? In a best-of-7, if your goalie's hot, you can do some good things in there. So I'd look for the present as much as I look for the future, as much as I know that's difficult to do. You'd have to blow me away with a big offer. You're going to get offers, too, for guys like Brazeau and Anthony Mantha. They may not be, the kind of guys who are going to give you first-round picks or even second, but you may be able to come up with some picks along the way. And if you're willing to roll it without them, I don't know that I would, because I don't think at this point they have guys down there who can step right in and do those things, especially, again, if they remain at the top of the Metropolitan. Martin in Uniontown is on the air right now. Hello, Martin. How are you?
Hi, Bob. Okay, I want to talk about the Penguins and the Steelers and the Pirates real quick if I can. What do you think about the Pirates? Do you think that shortstop has a chance to stick with the Pirates, that 19-year-old superstar?
I do. I do. I think he could be there, and I think he's the kind of bat that could really help their lineup a lot. Now, he hasn't played in AAA yet. Some people will say let him go down there, and the Pirates may very well do that for the first couple of months. But, Martin, at some point he's going to be up here. And when he does get up here, the next question is, because some people believe that he should be extended a nice contract right off the bat to absorb a year or 2 of free agency, which would make it like an 8-year contract at a price that would be good if you believe in his talent and believe in what he can turn into. It's also risky in that he doesn't do that. Then all of a sudden you're on the hook for a lot of money.
Yeah, and like I said now, and getting back to the Steelers, I think if they do this right, they could turn it around pretty quickly if they play their cards right.
Well, what does that mean? They don't have a quarterback yet. They have Aaron Rodgers likely coming back. But after that, what? I don't know if they're going to win anything this year. I know they want to. I know they want to get in that picture, but they're going to have to draft a lot. They need a wide receiver. I think they need another offensive lineman. I think their defensive line can also – there's a lot to check off in one draft or free agency. Maybe they'll be able to fill the gaps that way. But still, even with Rodgers, the odds of them and the bookies, they seem to know this stuff, are very, very low for them to go and win a championship this year anyway.
Yeah, now, if they will give that Will Howard a shot, I think they should give him a shot, see what he can do.
Well, they're not going to do it if Rodgers is around, though, Martin. Thank you for that. I listen, I want to see young guys play when you have a chance to see him. We'll see Howard in the preseason. You will get a better opportunity of seeing exactly what he is. Now, as I say that, I also realize that Kenny Pickett went through the same situation, but he was a number 1 pick at the time, and he looked phenomenal in the one preseason where he played every game, 5 touchdown possessions, 5 touchdowns. He was dynamic, and people came to the conclusion he was going to be a legitimate star, at least for a little bit, and it never turned out to be. So it still would be a good chance to see him in a regular season game at some point, but it won't be this year. If they bring back Rodgers, unless there's an injury or unless they start falling apart, you won't see any of those guys. One more call before break. We have Rob. We have Tom. We're going to go to Greg, though, in Youngstown before we hit the break. Hello, Greg.
Hey, Bob. Can I say something about Porter and Roethlisberger real fast?
Sure.
I knew people who knew those guys in the 2000s. You know, a girl I knew who worked for the athletic department at Pitt and knew writers for the Post-Gazette. And they said Ben was not a nice guy. But Porter really didn't have to say anything. And about athletes in general, I met Charlie Batch out one time in Pittsburgh at, I think it was Bossa Nova, me and my brother and a couple of friends, and I thought he was rude. So I could have said he was a jerk. So any athlete could be told they were a jerk at some certain time they were out somewhere with a fan. So you have to take that with a grain of salt, too. You know what I mean? It's just,
listen,
these athletes.
I agree with that. Sometimes not every interaction is what you want. Charlie is a great guy. He works so hard at what he does in the community, and I've seen him only react very positively with everyone I've seen. But if you do have that,
it was 2000. It was 2010, and all that Ben stuff was going on. And my brother asked him to sign a picture because his daughter was like a year old, and he wouldn't do it. The back of it. So I thought that was rude myself.
Listen, first of all, I just didn't understand why this has to come out now. Makes no sense. And I thought it was also very interesting that just a few weeks ago, those two were honored at the same time at the Hall of Honor, and they acted like buddies, and Roethlisberger gave a big endorsement of Joey Porter. So this seemed weird to me. It also seemed weird that Cam didn't react to it at all. And I thought he should have. It was his podcast, but whatever. Ben Roethlisberger Ben Roethlisberger was, and he would admit to this, not a good person when he first came out in terms of how he handled things, but he's turned into a very good person that way. And I think more than anything else, as a fan of a pro football team, most of us will never get a chance to know anyone that deep, right? So if you don't, you're judging them by what you see on the football field mostly. And without Ben Roethlisberger, they don't win those 2 championships.
No. I don't think most athletes you run across are going to be good situations.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
And thanks, Greg. I always tell people this too. I said, if you're a young person, choose your role models very, very carefully. And if you tie them to sports figures who you've never met, I don't think that's a good way to go. All due respect to those players. Their obligation is to play football and win, or play whatever sport it is and win. And yeah, you could admire that. But if you're going to be someone who uses, a role model designation, it should be the people you know the best, the people who care about you the most. Your parents, if you have teachers who really have been significant in your life, those are the people you should try to emulate. Yeah, you can shoot for, outstanding careers. You can use guys as motivation, watch their work ethic as players. But if you've never met them, I don't know that I would use that designation on players. That's just me. 412-928-9370. Rob is coming up. So is Tom in Valley Brook. We'll get to your calls and more. It's 412-928-9370. Want to remind you also to join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry. That's on Saturday, February 21st, next Saturday, 1 to 4, where you can support youth sports. 10% of sales will support the Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. You can shop, you can meet Coach Dave, you can give back. Details at 937thefan.com. Joel has a headline coming up right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball this afternoon is back in action. They are headed to Chapel Hill, take on North Carolina Tar Heels at 2 o'clock, and it's right here on the Fan. Coverage begins at 1:30. Catch it all on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Mac.bid knows that in these times of uncertainty, how you spend your hard-earned money matters. You've got bills to pay and budgets to stick to, and we don't have any idea how to price our warehouses full of stuff. That's why every Mac.bid online auction starts at $1 single. Yeah, $1. And we don't tell you a final price. You tell us. You bid exactly how much you're willing to pay. Save up to 80% off retail prices only at Mac.bid and on the free app.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait. Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor, call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Last chance for Ram Truck Month. 26 Ram Bighorn, now up to $10,000 off MSRP. 26 Wrangler Sport, just $399 a month. 2025 Grand Cherokee loaded up, only $529 a month. All with up to 125% of KBV for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details.
Looking to turn your firearms into cash? Keystone Shooting Center is here with top dollar offers. From a single piece to an entire collection, they make it easy. Stop by Keystone Shooting Center today for a free, no obligation appraisal and walk out with a great deal. Your unused gear is their business. Visit Keystone Shooting Center at 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars. They buy used guns and they pay top dollar. Keystone Shooting Center.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. If it's a Berg sports thing, we got you covered. This is magnificent. This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, welcome back. We roll along. Joel Nelson behind the glass. I'm Bob Pompiani here until 1:30 at 412-928-9370. Call us, share your opinions about a lot of stuff. I threw out the Penguins that they do at the post-Olympic break. Do they make a big splash in free agency or not? Who's available? What would you do with the goaltending? We'll get into all of that with you at 412-928-9370. I also want to delve into the Pirates. Given the Ozuna signing, do you like their lineup and what potentially it could be with or without Connor Griffin in it? Call us and share your opinion. And then later, I'm going to get into Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback from Ole Miss, who won a court system battle to get a sixth year of eligibility. The NCAA, I assume, is going to, appeal that decision. But Chambliss is in a good position if he gets one more year because he's on the rise. He came from JUCO to Ole Miss, did very well, and he's looking at a big payday in college, which has changed a lot of the way people view the NFL now, it looks like anyway, in terms of money. And given what your rookie contract looks like, if you're a third or second round pick versus what you can get in college, because some of these prices are pretty interesting. All right, let's go back to the line. We got Rob on I-80. Hello, Rob. How are you?
Pretty good, Bob. Give me a shout out to all Steelers fans everywhere listening.
All right, good. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. I'm worried about Aaron Rodgers and the quarterback situation. I think we have a pretty good coach with McCarthy, and I like what I've been hearing about our new defensive coordinator. Hopefully, they will let this new defensive coordinator have his way and start something new with some new blood.
Well, I think they definitely are going to do that because McCarthy will, he's brought in Patrick Graham to do that. And I think he's going to give him the leeway to do what he wants. He's more on the offensive side of it. So if he remains true to how he's been a head coach, then that's what he'll do.
And I will announce to everyone I know, I'm never wearing one of my signed Steelers game shirts again until we win a playoff and have a real team again. They got to fix this quarterback situation and maybe use this draft one more time to build up some players around whoever it's going to be in the next year or two, and maybe let Rodgers just take the wheel and see what happens one more time. That's it for me. I'll just listen, Bob. Have a good one.
All right. Be safe out there, Leo. Appreciate that. All right. Listen, they got to figure out I don't think there's any opportunity. I'm sorry, that was Rob. I'm looking ahead here. Thanks, Rob, on I-80. At some point, they have to figure it out. And if Rodgers comes back, it won't be this year. They're going to ride with him and see how that goes. And then at some point, you have to figure it out next year. And how they do this year will impact next year and where they draft and all that stuff. However, I'm going to just throw this out at you because if you think that maybe there's a chance that Rodgers doesn't come back. And listen, he's going to be 43 during this season. Maybe there's a chance he just comes to the realization he doesn't want to do it anymore. I don't think that's the way it's going to go. But if he does decide that's it, what would you do? Would you just ride with what you have, or would you go out and look at Malik Willis? Although the price tag on him keeps getting higher. Again, he's going to be the Matt Flynn kind of quarterback, which is a small sample size of success results in a big contract, and you may regret doing it or not. Do you do that? What about making a deal for Kyler Murray? Do you like his potential, even though I think he has some baggage there when it comes to his commitment to the actual position? Anthony Richardson's a former, third overall pick. He's available, it looks like, unless Indianapolis does something different over there. Daniel Jones, coming from his Achilles surgery, had a very good start to last year. There are other names out there. Kirk Cousins is one of them, but I'm not. I think you'll just be continuing what has become a trend for them to bring in a lot of guys who are maybe past their prime. So I'd be more interested in looking at the future. Let's go out to Gus let's go to Tom first in Valley Brook. Then we'll get to you, Gus. What's up, Tom? How are you?
I'm good, Bob. This is a first-time caller to your show, but I've met you a few times. I met you at the Penguin game when you used to, do some things there. I've met your lovely daughter at the 2016 parade for the Penguins, and but I would like to say that the Route Mushmore of my I go back to listening to talk radio from 1977, and I would say besides yourself being on the Mount Rushmore of broadcasting, I've had the privilege to meet Myron Cope. My wife worked at Allegheny Valley School for 30 years, where his son awesome. Danny was.
Yeah, Myron was a legend.
Yes, he was. Along with, I've met Stan Savern a few times at the Dapper Dan, and then at Giant Eagle in the South Hills. And I've also had the privilege of having a few beers with Mike Lang at the Old Ground Round in Green Tree, as well as the one in Mount Lebanon.
We've been very fortunate for those guys to be in Pittsburgh and become Pittsburghers, for sure.
Yes.
And certainly Stan did. He converted from Cleveland to Pittsburgh, and he didn't look back.
Yes, and you're the same. I've also seen that great golf swing. I work at Valley Brook in the Carts area, and I think you were out there for Italian Day a couple years ago. And
one of the best events. Yes, the food. Yeah. I don't care about the golf. It's the food I'm after.
Yeah, well, maybe you'll come to the one this year, and I'll be able to meet you there. But about the Pirates, I would love to see them put Connor Griffin at shortstop, unless he has a horrible spring, and just let him play like other clubs do. The Yankees did it with Volpe, and other teams have done it, and just let's see how it goes. Instead of not having him, you could always send him down if he struggled. I mean, they've done that with other Pirates in the past. They come back and have done all right. So,
or they just wait for 2 months and try to get that extra year down the road. And I think that's probably the betting favorite right now, Tom. I would like to see Griffin right from the start, because I do think if they're going to be in this playoff race, if you believe they're a playoff team, and certainly wild card they should be. I would also say that those games in April matter a lot. And if he's capable of helping you in April instead of, maybe 1 or 2 losses go the other way. So they have to make that decision. He looks ready to play. I know he hasn't played in AAA, and some believe he has to go down there. But everywhere he's gone from low single to high single to AA, he's taken very little time to dominate. So he looks to me like somebody who can handle it. All right, Tom, thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
I appreciate them kind words. Thank you. So I unless he shows that he's just not capable, but I think he's shown that he is. He can adapt quickly. I'd like to see him in that lineup. Joel, would you do that just to get your take on this, or would you if they decide to send him to minors for 2 months, I'm okay with it, I suppose. He'll still have an impact on this season in some way when he gets here, and he will get here at some point.
Yeah, whether I'm good with whatever they do, whether he's on the opening day roster or Connor Griffin is starting out at AAA Indianapolis to begin the season, I'm good with whatever. I would say let him get a little bit of time at Indianapolis, but nothing extensive, enough where he can get a good handful of games under his belt. I don't know, 2 weeks or something, and he's with the team sometime in April or early May.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. And what do you think about him getting a long-term contract right off the bat?
I'd say so. I mean, it
depends what the number is.
Yeah,
you know?
If he's got the potential to be a superstar and a potential MVP within his first 2 or 3 seasons, he might warrant a total money contract that could be 3 times the amount that he could sign for as a rookie before even playing a major league game.
And there's a lot of guaranteed money in there. So if you're a young kid, you don't have to worry about that. That would be taken care of early. You know, you may but he's going to be young enough. He'll get a second contract. And if he's everything you think he is, the second contract will be the one that takes him into the $400 or $500 million range. All right, let's go out to Gus in Beaver County. And Gus, as I do so, I'll give you an update. Finland is leading Italy 5-0 in hockey. They've outshot them 29-2.
Hey, those Italians make good pizza.
I think they had a lot of it last night with some red vino, and it's taken effect on their hockey game right now. We're almost halfway through the game. They only have 2 shots on goal.
Every day's a great day for hockey, but today, Bob's a great day for love, and I want to take this time to tell Miss Lisa, Pompiani, Selena, and Chelsea, happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you, Gus. Same to you guys.
And, hey, Bob, we got some sad news down here this week. He was a member of the media, a stringer for the Post-Gazette named Gaylord Muni, who worked for Mike White for many, many years. He recently passed away. He was a good friend of my family, so I want to offer my condolences to the Muni family and the Antonini family. He was married to Coach Frank Antonini's sister, Ann. All my deepest sympathy.
My sympathies as well. Thank you.
Today, Bob, I can't believe the NFL. What a money-making machine. It should be on Wall Street. Here we are. We're going to schedule a game next year. Sydney, Australia. 12 to 13-hour flight for the 49ers and the Rams. What's this NFL coming to, Bob? It's going to be a worldwide league someday, I know, but it's like, I guess where the money is, they're going to go. They're really marketing this product.
Everything is about global reach, Gus. I think Bad Bunny was a good example of that. Global reach. They're trying to reach different people from different countries, and they're going to stop at nothing to do it. I think their goal is to become as marketable and as wealthy as they can in those countries. You know, get as much. And believe me, there is an appetite for it. We saw it in Ireland. I personally, it was amazing how many people came up, not just from here, but other parts of the country, parts of the world to watch that game. So they're gonna take their shots in every country. They're gonna play that game on a Wednesday, I think, is what I saw, right?
Well, Bob, here's the thing. One other thing I'd like to hit on. We got Monday Night Football. We got Thursday Night Football. We're going to have Friday Night Football, and we're going to have Saturdays in the NFL. The NFL is now coming after the Division College Sports Program because I think they might feel that there's somewhat of a threat to them because it's not really college sports anymore. It's like the minor leagues. But this is where we're going, Bob. And I guess I'm old school. Mr. Cadell, he learned well at W&J. He's making $65 million a year as a commissioner.
Well, and listen, you can't deny what he's done in terms of the global reach.
It's amazing.
The owners have to love what he's been able to do, and he's not stopping. So, you know.
And the players are loving it, too, because the salary cap goes up 25 to 30 million every year, so the money's coming in from every direction.
But the one thing they're not going to want, Gus, they don't want 18 games. They're going to fight that. They may end up getting 18 games. I think it's to me, it's going to happen. But they don't want to play another game on what is already a long season. So that'll be a bone of contention.
One last thing, I'm really looking forward to the hockey on in the Olympics. We're so blessed to have Sidney Crosby here among all the other fantastic hockey players we've had. But Canada and U.S., what a game that's going to be if it gets to that. I'm looking forward to it.
I think
God bless you and the family, Bob.
You too, Gus. Thank you. Appreciate the call. And I do think they're on a collision course, and that's how it should be, basically. And I would favor Canada in that game. I really would. I mean, you look at their talent top to bottom. The only thing I'm going to, if I'm them, Jordan Binnington has been playing well, but he hasn't had a good season in the NHL. He's their netminder of choice. I don't know if he's going to be, and he's a high-stakes guy. He did well in the Four Nations, so maybe it is. But he just hasn't looked that good this season. But so far in this tournament, he has looked good. All right, one more call here before we take the break, and that'll be Paul in Washington. Hello, Paul. And then Johnny and Rich, hang on, we'll get to you.
Well, Roberto Pompiani, how are you, my
Doing
friend?
good. Manja. How are you, Paul? The Italy team is getting crushed in hockey.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, but you know, I'm on my way to take care of my Valentine today. So that being said, there's a couple of issues that I want to comment on. One that you just made a comment on about the Bad Bunny halftime show. I wasn't watching that garbage. I watched that alternative halftime show, and I think if more people would have been able to access it, it might have outdid the Bad Bunny stuff. But, you know, it wasn't Cameo and it wasn't a Gap fan, so I wasn't interested. As far as Connor Griffin goes, how about 10 years, $175 million? As far as Skeens goes, how about 10% of the ball club, $200 million over 10 years, and offer him that contract and make him push that away? And as far as the Steelers go, Bob, you know I could solve all the Steelers' problems, so let's just get started. I told you this the other day. Maybe you weren't there, maybe you were. Maybe it was Joe that was off. You know, you're sometime Pomp, and occasionally now it's early dismissal Joe. But, hey, we don't need Cam Hayward. We don't need Cam Hayward with that money. We need to get younger. We don't need DK. We don't need Queen. We don't need Ramsey. We need to get younger. It's inevitable.
Well,
we have to build through the draft.
Technically,
that's the only way this is going to work.
Paul, thank you. I always appreciate the opinions. Up against a break, but I appreciate that. I think you can't do that all at once. And yes, they do need Cam Hayward until they get even younger on that defensive line. He was a big part of it. He was rated number 1 in Pro Football Focus at the defensive line position. So, yes, they do need him. I get your take, though. Your take is that it has to be some sort of a rebuild. They're not going to go through that. That's just not the way they're operating. So they're going to have to do it in layers when they do. And it starts with quarterback more than anything else. As far as the contracts to Connor Griffin, Paul Skeens is not going to take it. I think he's pretty much, on his way to free agency so he can get the biggest deal he can get. And it'll be one of many that he should be able to get. Griffin, though, 10 years, 175, that makes me interested. Would he be? I would. He's 19 years old. That'll still give him, at age 29, another opportunity. Or if it's 8 years, 27 years of age, he can still get another one there. So very interesting to see how that works out. And the Pirates, even if they want to do it, those are things we'll be watching as this spring training continues. I want to remind you here that Fan is brought to you by, Fan Weather, I should say, is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on track. Sunny skies today. That's right. You've heard me. It's going to be near 50 degrees, highs in the upper 40s, and a low tonight down into the low 30s, but there could be some rain in the forecast tomorrow. That's your Fan Weather. When we come back, we'll take more calls. We also have a special guest coming up here, and there's a big film coming up by the NFL Films. It's called The Football Town, talking about Pittsburgh and its relation to football and why it's been so successful at all levels here. We're going to talk to Leo McCafferty, and he's been an executive producer in his time, worked a lot of years for the Penguins, and he is a producer and also director of this film. We'll get his take on it. It's coming up on an IMAX, the Cayman IMAX Science Center Studios. You'll have that opportunity on February 28th to go see it when it opens to the public, but we'll talk about it and all that went into it, because it was a long process, but they captured a lot of what happens here in Western Pennsylvania when it comes to football. That's coming up as we continue right here on the Pump. I was going to say the Pump and Joe. It's the Pump and Joel. No, I'll put you in there, right? Jolie. The Jolie Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 o'clock this afternoon, Pitt basketball is back in action. They'll take on at number 11 North Carolina, that game being played in Chapel Hill, right here on The Fan, with coverage at 1:30, and catch it on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Country rock trailblazer, brand
Brantley Gilbert, live in Farmington. Timber Rock Amphitheater, Friday, June 19th. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. Brantley Gilbert in concert. For more, visit BrantleyGilbert.com.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
oh, bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it, no trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So, if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey guys, it's Brew, and you know last year was a big year for me. Ran my first marathon. Well, we're not stopping there. I'm doing my first Ironman later this year with the help from Factor Meals. Factor Meals helps you eat like a pro so you can perform at your best every day. Well, Factor makes it easy for you to stay on track. Their chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals can be ordered right now from your phone and are ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Factor's high-protein, nutrient-packed meals make it easy to stay on your game every day. Because remember, what you put in shapes what you get out. Unlock nutrition that powers your ambition at factormeals.com. Get Factor and eat like a pro.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers?
eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is Around the League, powered by Factor. As the pro basketball season moves deeper into the second half, the pressure is on. Contenders are separating. The trade deadline is come and gone, and all-star storylines are heating up. This is the stretch where preparation matters. Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor, eat like a pro.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches, oh boy, that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And then the hockey games, oh yes, the hockey. Canada, Sweden, USA. Man, I can't wait to watch that winter games hockey. That feel different from the opening face-off and so much more. The FanDuel app is easy to use and is perfect for making all the winter action even more fun. So just download the app to get started today. FanDuel, play your game. The FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no-obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey, it's Austin Bechtold. Voss TV and Appliance is pure Pittsburgh in every way. Family owned since 1960. Real people like Megan and Tracy who answer the phones or personally walk you through the showroom. Reliable delivery and installation by the Voss team. No third-party shenanigans. Voss provides advice that fits your lifestyle with a huge selection of quality brands, and my family has trusted them for over 30 years. Visit Voss's South Hill showroom today. Call 412-650-VOSS or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance, the lowest prices guaranteed.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. This winter, help keep Western Pennsylvania families warm. Support Dollar Energy Fund by bidding in the online Warmathon auction at warmathon.com. For nearly 20 years, Warmathon has helped provide critical utility assistance to neighbors in need. Bid today and help make a difference this winter. Get to Tap, Brick Oven, and Poorhouse on Route 30 East in Greensburg. And be sure to check out their new winter cocktail specials. Come see what everyone is raving about. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations. Always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear-wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684. VIN 3TMK B5FN6T M055265. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee. 0 security deposit. 10K miles per year. Ends 3/2/2026.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directed.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Panthers are back at it again this afternoon against the North Carolina Tar Heels. Coverage on the Fan begins at 1:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's a beautiful Saturday in Pittsburgh. Sunny skies, temperatures near 50. I'm sure we're going to see people trying to play golf. I'm sure we're going to see people with no shirts or maybe shorts. That's what 50 feels like when you're used to 10. It's how it works. Welcome to hour number 2 of the program. Bob Pompiani with you. Seth Davis is now behind the glass at 412-928-9370. I want to let you know that the fan text line is opportunity for you to text in your thoughts. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associate, a personal injury law firm, and they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the fan Twitter site is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Open lines until about 12:30. Then we have a special guest coming on talking about a new NFL Films production coming to Pittsburgh called The Football Town. That'll be coming up with Leo McCafferty a little later. But right now, open lines. Let's get right to them, beginning with Simon in Pittsburgh. Simon says what today, Simon?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I think that after watching the Super Bowl and seeing Sam Darnold become a Super Bowl champion is all you need to know, all you need to see for the Steelers to not bring back Rodgers. I mean, just a couple years ago, Darnold was a throwaway bust in most people's eyes, and now he's a Super Bowl champion. And so I think that when there are guys who are drafted into really poor situations that go to other organizations with quality coaching staffs, good things can happen, like Baker Mayfield and before the injury, Daniel Jones. And so I think that there are guys like that out there this year, like Kyler Murray or even Mac Jones. And I think it's just such a waste to bank everything on 43-year-old Aaron Rodgers, especially after watching that playoff game.
So, listen, Simon, there are a lot of guys who do need the right combination of everything, and certainly Darnold has gone through a lot and finally has realized his potential. He did last year in Minnesota, and they decided not to bring him back. So who would then you say is this year's Sam Darnold? Is there a 2026 version of him in this quarterback rotation?
I mean, for me at least, I think Kyler Murray could be. I know there's the size thing, but he did pretty solid things in Arizona under, I would say, pretty poor coaching. And if McCarthy's this QB guru that he's claimed to be, I would totally trade a third or a fourth-round pick, whatever they ask for Murray.
But then you have to take on that contract, too, a little bit. So that's a part of it as well.
Sure, and then there's the whole thing with Willis. Palazzolo saying $40 million a year. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd rather give Willis 30 than give Rodgers 20, just because of the fact that both are more than likely bridges. But I'd rather a bridge quarterback that's not 43 years old.
I thought that of Justin Fields last year. I thought, or 2 years ago, whenever he was here. My point is, I thought he progressed here in Pittsburgh, much more so than we saw with him in other places, but he did not, work out, lost the job, the story. And then he moves on to the Jets, which that could be a career ending going to the Jets these days. And it certainly did not help his stock. He got the contract, sure. Malik Willis, though, is only a very short sample size. And while I thought he did very well in Green Bay, Miami happens to be interested in him because Jeff Hafley, who was with that franchise, now is the head coach there. So he may want to bring him over. How about, nobody ever mentions Anthony Richardson, and I'm only bringing it up. I do not endorse this. I'm just bringing it up because what is going to happen to him? What future does he, talent was there, there's no question, but he's been injured and he hasn't been available. Would you be interested in a flyer on him? A gently used Anthony Richardson.
Certainly it couldn't be too expensive. And again, it's just, do we really want to see a 43-year-old quarterback who, when you watch the playoff game, he can't move. He's not the same guy he used to be. And honestly, I'd rather take a flyer on a Richardson because, okay, worst case, he's bad, and you get a higher draft pick in next year's QB class, which is going to should be really good.
If you brought in a guy like that, would you make it an open competition?
Certainly, but if we traded for Richardson or somehow got Richardson, I don't think Rodgers would like that too much. That's kind of how he operates.
This would be if Rodgers decides not to come back. At some point they're going to have to add another person here. But I think under that scenario, then Howard would get every shot to do it. So would Mason Rudolph. Maybe Mason Rudolph, he could be the guy right here. He's been around, but also with Mike McCarthy, maybe that'll bring out even more from him. So thanks for the call, Simon. I appreciate it, and a lot of interesting thoughts there. At 412-928-9370, we got Johnny and Farrell, who's now on the fan. Hello, Johnny. How are you?
Oh, I'm great, Bob. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Hey, man. Yesterday, when Joe Starkey was talking about how difficult the quarterback position is to come in and be good right away and catch up with the speed, it got me thinking that, with this NIL money, more players are staying in college, and it's not growing incrementally. It's growing exponentially year over year. So here's what I'm going to say. We're on the fence about picking up a quarterback early or not now. Give it 2-3 years. Build the team around it. And these quarterbacks in college, they're going to be more pro-ready because they're playing against pro defenses now. And they're going to be playing against more and more pro defenses in college because these nil people are staying. So the quarterbacks are going to have more access to playing against quicker defenses and have to learn all that before they go into college. I'm telling you, college is a better farm system than in baseball and hockey.
I don't even know if it's a farm system anymore because it's become a competitive league.
Yeah, it's right. So if we hold off a year or two on picking a quarterback early, I think in 2-3 years, 4 years, we're going to find that quarterback. So if we can build the crap out of our team with all this money, all these draft picks we got, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that. I mentioned that to Joe the other day as well. If it's just not in the cards to figure out the quarterback situation now, then do everything else but that and wait and see how things turn out next year. And to your point, a guy like Trinidad Chambliss has, he could be drafted this year. He may not be a number one pick, but he's going to be drafted. But for him, money-wise, what is that going to do for him for the next several years? He won't make nearly as much in his combined 3 or 4 years in the NFL, even if he doesn't play, than he would in 1 year at Ole Miss, I guess. I don't know.
Exactly. And these quarterbacks don't have accesses to pro defenses, right? And one last thing, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube chat. And also, I'm a graduate of Iowa State. I actually worked at the political science department. So Cyclones today against Kansas, number 5 versus 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
And,
how did Iowa State lose the other day? TCU beat them.
Dude,
I was happy for Jamie Dixon, but
since 99, 2000, when they went to the Elite Eight and should have won the championship that year, every year they're good, dude. They just throw up games against teams like TCU and then just get beat. Then they bounce back against like a Kansas. So, but yeah, the quarterbacks seeing all these players that are pro players, basically, that aren't going into the draft, that's going to make these quarterbacks more ready.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be older than you would like, but yes, I agree with that. Johnny, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Have a good day. Let's move along to New Jersey. That's where Ryan joins us right now. Hey, Ryan, what's up?
Bob.
Ryan.
So I don't know.
By the way, an update for you. Finland is 6-0 winners there over Italy. Italy is being outshot 38-6 after 2 periods.
Well, they're hungover. Anyway, so I heard yesterday on your show, of course you weren't there, it was Donnie, ACL, and Joe. They were quoting Evan Drellick, who is a former Boston reporter, talking about the proposed salary cap. So I have a feeling I know where he got his quote-unquote info from. But they said they wanted a floor of like 160 and a cap of like 240. Mm-hmm. That was the blip. And then they commented on it. What's sad about it is, for Pittsburgh's sake, is Joe's immediate response was, well, they got to bump up the revenue sharing to get the Pirates up to 160. I mean, that's just sad. It really is. First off, that's a ludicrous range, but because the players are never going to go for that.
Well, I don't think the players are going to go for anything. I think they're going to fight tooth and nail to keep it the way it is.
That is way. If you say 160 to 240, that means realistically they think they might get 120 and 350 or something like that. If that's an opening gambit, it's not even going to come close. But so I'm loving the hockey. The deal is, I mean, all these teams, if they go to the finals, play 6 games in 9 days, which is a ton of hockey, and then they roll right back into the NHL schedule. Mm-hmm. So you're just getting a ton of hockey at this point, and I love it. I did get up at 6 a.m. to watch the Slovaks and the Swedes. I'm loving the Slovaks. The Slovaks are feisty. I like them. So we'll see when we get to the medal round. Interested to see how the old Los Estados Unidos look today.
I think it's important to get a bye, though. You know, you want to get a bye in your as this moves on. You just because of what you said, 6 games, 9 days.
They're not going to beat the Canadians. I don't think so. Even though they have strengths in other parts, I don't see them beating the Canadians. But you never know. We'll see what happens. Again, it's a great tourney. The play hasn't been fantastic to this point. They're a little sloppy at first, but I think we'll get there. Oh, I totally forgot. Tommy Wilson. Okay. So I didn't think that hit was dirty at first.
I didn't either.
So I looked at it again. And in slow-mo, everything looks dirty. That is how hockey is. Once you slow it down.
So if you slowed it down, do you think it was a slew foot?
You know what it was? It was Tom Wilson. He was reckless. He was going too hard. He kicked his legs out as he went in. It was too close to the boards. It was a 5-1 game, and Fiala initiated the contact, no doubt. But Wilson is just a magnet for trouble. It's just his karma. It is what it is. So if you look at it when he slowed it down, it's like, why is he kicking his legs out on a hit close to the boards and a blowout? Like the guy cannot. He is what he is. He cannot get out of it.
Let me read something to you before you go here, Ryan. This is from, and I disagreed with this take, by the way. It's Neil Greenberg who put it out this morning, talking about Tom Wilson. Tom Wilson, in his Hall of Fame candidacy, he says, I know some of you don't want to hear this, but if Tom Wilson wins gold to go along with a cup and is among the best power forwards.
I saw this.
First of all, he's never in my mind ever did I think Hall of Fame for Tom Wilson. Never. And I still won't. And I don't. I think he's a good player. I'd love to have him on my team. I realize he can cross the line many times. I would want him, but he ain't a Hall of Famer.
I read that same thing. I saw it yesterday because, of course, and then I watched the replay. It was the TSN or whoever, feed.
Mm-hmm.
And Canadians are always going to be Canadians. That sounds like a Canadian take because they're like, oh, very classy, of Team Canada to top their sticks for him. Like, nobody cares. The whole point is the guy broke his leg. He's out for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And they're worried about stick taps. Like, that makes it okay if you elbow somebody in the head as long as you don't spit on them when they're on the ground, then that makes it okay. I don't know, but Tom Wilson is an effective role player in his role. He's kind of made his own niche. He's like the short guy, Theo Fleury back in the day, which I know that's a bad reference, or Marchand. Marchand's going to get in the Hall of Fame, and
but he has much more to offer. I mean,
he does.
He scores a lot more. He does more things than Tom Wilson. Anyway, I got to run here, Ryan. Thanks for the call. As always, appreciate it. With Tom Wilson and Team Canada, will have a chance to win a gold medal this year. We'll see what happens. Let's go to Rich and Carmichael. Say, Rich.
George, Bob, I enjoy the show. I just want to make a comment about Conor Griffin. I would bring him up if he has a good spring training. I would bring him up and let him start because I went for a Pirates game years ago, and a lot of your commentators on there, host on your show, may not remember this guy, but I went to a Pittsburgh Pirates game, and the New York Mets brought up their rookie, and I thought he was younger than Conor Griffin, and his name was Kenny Singleton. I went to that Pirates game. He was a switch hitter, and he was really good, and I never forgot that name.
Well, there you go. That's going to be a debate that we have all the way until they open up against the New York Mets. Thanks for the call, Rich. I got to go to break. Bill and Cranberry, hang on. We have a special guest coming up, so you may want to call back. I don't want to mislead you and keep you on the line forever. So 412-928-9370 is the number to call. But I want to say also thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing, and we can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon presented by MetaConnect. Because there were some records here. They're able to raise nearly $345,000 to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families, powered by Dynegy and brought to you by, in part, Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating, and Air Conditioning, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Also, Nest Expressions Window Fashions. We appreciate all your support because it's a whole bunch of money going to the Warmathon. When we come back, Leo McCafferty will join us. He is a producer and director, part of that new film coming out, and it's a good one. It's called The Football Town. That'll be at the Cayman Science Center coming up on February 28th. We'll get a sneak preview of what that's about. All coming up next right here. It's the Bob Pompiani Show. Seth Davis with the headlines straight ahead.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt takes on the Tar Heels this afternoon. Coverage on The Fan begins at 1:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
It's a huge weekend for Robert Morris. Catch women's hockey versus Lindenwood Friday night and Saturday afternoon. Then women's hoops hosts Cleveland State and men's hockey battles Niagara Saturday. Get tickets at 412-397-4949 or rmucolonials.com. Let's go, Bobby Moe!
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
President's Day is here, and so are the savings at Joe Ball. Drive a new GMC Sierra 1500 with up to $11,000 off, or lease a V8 for just $369 a month for 24 months. See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Covering Pittsburgh sports like only he can.
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back on this beautiful Saturday. Just an update for you. Finland is now leading Italy 7-0. They've outshot Italy 41-8 so far. They're still early in the third. And coming up today at 3:10, USA Hockey against Denmark in their grouping. But right now we're going to talk some football, and we're going to talk about a new film that's coming. It's called A Football Town. It's presented by U.S. Steel and was produced by NFL Films in partnership with Visit Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh Steelers. And a film like this does not get made by one person, even one entity. This is a tremendous effort here, and it will talk about just football in Pittsburgh and Western Pennsylvania. It premieres on Saturday, February 28th at the Cayman Science Center's Rango Giant Cinema and will run exclusively for 2 months leading up to the 2026 NFL Draft. By the way, tickets went on sale yesterday at the Cayman Science Center website. You could find out more there. It's called The Football Town, and we welcome in Leo McCafferty. And this is a man who knows a lot about how to make good film, good everything. He spent a lot of years with the Pittsburgh Penguins. He is a producer and director for this outstanding film. Leo, how are you? Let's talk Football Town. This whole idea, where did it start, and how did it come to fruition?
Yeah, Bob, thanks so much for having me. You covered most of it in that intro, so I appreciate that. So this came about through the Draft's local organizing committee. They were coming up with a bunch of ideas to make things in and around the draft here in Pittsburgh, and creating this immersive film was one idea that they came up with. The Steelers, Visit Pittsburgh, and some other local and state representatives make up this committee, and once they decided to go ahead with this, they thought that NFL Films was the perfect group to partner with to help make the film. And just through relationships that I have both with NFL Films and with the Steelers, they needed someone as kind of a boots-on-the-ground producer, director to help tell this story. And I was fortunate enough to be asked to join alongside those talented folks, and we've been working hard at this since pretty much September. We're anxious for everyone to see it here in a couple weeks.
I think people around here know that this is a rich football background. People from all walks of Western Pennsylvania life have embraced high school football. And I know a lot of this does come down to, the influence the Pittsburgh Steelers have had over the growth of high school football. It's 52 minutes in length, and I know you had to go. Tell us about the high school aspect of this, because every time you go by that countdown clock, you see a lot of high schools mentioned and written on the below number, which I think now is 68 days until the draft. So tell us a little bit about the connection to all the local communities.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh is a city of neighborhoods, and part of the film that we tell the story that, when you're in high school, you're competing against those neighborhoods. But then as you get older or as you watch football on Saturdays and Sundays, those neighborhoods join together and cheer for the same teams. So, it's really something special. And, some of the folks that worked on this film, they're from NFL Films. They're not all from Pittsburgh. And we had 7 crews descend on the city of Pittsburgh in the last weekend of October. And we covered everything from Pop Warner games, high school games, Pitt games, Steeler game. And we weren't sure which high school games we were going to cover for a while because it was the last game of the regular season. And the gentleman that co-produced this film with me, Neil Zender, he's from Seattle. And I told him that the Steelers, they have a fan voting contest to see which game they're going to broadcast live on that Friday night. And there were over 600,000 votes for which game the Steelers were going to cover and broadcast. And his mind was blown. When I told Neil that number, he could not believe it. And I said, it just goes to show you the passion that's in this region, centered around football. And the high school section of the film is probably my favorite. It's raw, it's real. We're in the locker rooms with coaches before the games, at halftime, after the games. For a lot of those kids, it was the last football game they would ever play. So there's celebration, there's tears. It just really feels, it feels like a nice moment, and it really makes you feel what football means to people in Western Pennsylvania.
Well, like you, I've been around a lot, and I grew up in Hopewell Township, Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, and I can remember the Aliquippa-Hopewell, the bridge rivalry between the Quips and Ambridge High School at the time. Those go back deep into the history here. And the thing I liked about it, Leo, it's the game, sure. That's the centerpiece. But this is about what happens on game day, not just with the teams, but with the community, with people who are raising money for certain funds, the cheerleaders, all the mothers and fathers and people who put together, food stands to try to collect money or whatever they did to help support the football team. So it's not just a team thing. It's about the entire unification of a community, really, right?
It is. And, that we were at that game. We were at the Ambridge-Aliquippa game. And I personally was at the Hopewell game on that Friday night. It was Hopewell versus North Catholic. They have a great sophomore quarterback, James Boo Boo Armstrong, who we feature in the film. But that's exactly right. Especially for the folks at NFL Films, we kind of went into that weekend, with knowing that it doesn't matter the outcome of the game. That's not the story we're telling. This isn't a recap of a game. It doesn't matter who wins and who loses. This is all about the pageantry, the emotion, and what football means to people. And it is. It's the cheerleaders. It's the band members. It's the fans that are in the stands every Friday night, not just those Friday nights that we were there. And that's what we were trying to portray. We were trying to portray the emotion and sort of the familial aspect that high school football is in Western Pennsylvania.
You also delved into college, too, I imagine, right? Just because it goes from high school into college and then beyond.
Absolutely, yeah. Pitt is an integral part of the film. They're one of the most storied college football teams in history. And we were honored to sort of tell their story and also focus on all of the great players that were, bred out of Western Pennsylvania. So whether you went to Pitt, whether you played for the Steelers, it didn't overly matter, because if you were a football player from Western Pennsylvania and it was sort of in your blood, that's what we wanted to portray. We wanted to talk about all of the great football players that came out of this little corner of the region and what football means to people. So, but yeah, we were with Pitt on that Saturday, and then we went back again with College Game Day when they were here for the Notre Dame game. Pat McAfee is narrating this film, which we were really happy to get him on board with. So we filmed some of him at College Game Day as well.
That's a good choice. He bleeds that stuff from Plum, the West Virginia, his whole background. But you also have a lot of appearances here by Coach Cower, Jerome Bettis, Joey Porter, James Harrison, and others. Now, they weren't necessarily, Cower was, but a lot of these guys weren't from here. But I think by being here, they've understood just how important it is in Western PA.
Absolutely, yeah. Joey Porter, James Harrison, and Chris Hoke are all featured in the high school section because they are at the North Allegheny Seneca Valley game, because James Harrison's sons, Chris Hoke's son, and Joey Porter's son previously played there, but the other kids are currently playing on the team. So they were in the stands just as fans watching the game. And then probably the part of the film that I enjoyed the most was a conversation between Coach Cower and Jerome Bettis. They were sort of sitting along the banks of the Allegheny River just talking football. They were talking Pittsburgh. It was kind of unique because, everyone remembers Jerome Bettis winning the Super Bowl in his hometown and kind of going out on top. The flip side of that is Coach Cower won the Super Bowl and got to bring that trophy home. He brought it to the city that he grew up in, and he got to, ride in a parade holding that Lombardi trophy in the city that he grew up in. So they kind of talk about all those aspects of football and what it means to people. And Jerome was here long enough, he's basically a Pittsburgher at this point, and he really understands and was able to articulate how things are just different here than they are other places.
Yeah. Let me ask you about this, because this is a different dimension too. The Cayman Science Center has that giant IMAX theater. So I know you and I had talked before about getting some video, but we don't have that format. How difficult is it to shoot in that format? But also, what is it going to be like being in that theater when you see it sort of surrounding you?
It's really an immersive experience, and that's what we were so excited about this. You know, if you're you're sitting in that theater, and we've screened some stuff in there a few times, and you feel like you're at the game. You know, so it wasn't so much difficult as it was. We had to be thoughtful and meticulous about how we shot things. You know, there are folks who have done this for years at NFL Films, and we all came together and watched footage in that theater before we went out and shot stuff, because traditional NFL Films footage, it just doesn't work on that screen. It is so big. It's 71 feet wide by 41 feet tall. So, you know, a shot of a player, a tight shot of a player running down the football field, you know, may make you feel nauseous if it's not shot in a way that, you know, you understand sort of the aspect and the size and the scope of that screen. So everything had to be very thought out in terms of how we're shooting, and, you know, with the end goal in mind of delivering a product on that screen that would make people feel like they were a part of the action.
I know you got a lot of input and help from a lot of different organizations, but I wonder about the Heinz History Center, because they're always involved with things when it comes to Pittsburgh history. How much did you tap into their knowledge?
A lot. We spoke to them multiple times, and we did a shoot there as well. So we did a shoot at the Heinz History Center. They were great to work with. They helped us orchestrate things in a way that would really fit nicely into our film. So we did a tour of the Heinz History Center, you know, where they showed us around the Immaculate Reception, Franco's shoes, different aspects of, you know, material that they've curated over the years, and we were able to highlight that in the film. So we were really lucky to have them, you know, partner with us and help us showcase these unique items that they have, you know, that live in history here in Pittsburgh.
So give me your best thought about this film in terms of your personal favorite part of it. Is it Pop Warner going those so young? Is it high school? Is it college? What is it that makes you proud most when people see this?
I think that it really portrays the region and the people of Pittsburgh in a way that is understandable and relatable, whether you are from here or whether you're not from here. You know, everyone always talks about how Steelers fans are so great and Steelers fans are everywhere. And I think this film makes you understand why. I think this film understands or explains to people how people in Pittsburgh came to be such prideful individuals when it comes to their sports teams, their football teams, and the Steelers. And it relates back to the type of people that we are and the way that we became who we are. It's the steel industry. It's, you know, a lot of folks, their parents, their grandparents, they worked in the steel mills, and there's a work ethic, there's a grit, there's a determination, and it's something that really is bred and is part of you. And, you know, as Pittsburgh has evolved over the years, those qualities, you know, are still intrinsically in all of us. And football is this thread that has carried us, you know, all the way through. And it's something that we all can kind of bind together on. And as you touched on in the beginning, it's a city and neighborhoods, but it's a city that comes together. All those neighborhoods come together, and they bleed black and gold. And it's, you know, what this film does is kind of, it teaches you as much about Pittsburgh and the region and the people that we are as it does about football.
Leo McCafferty, really appreciate your time. I know how meticulous you are. I'm looking forward to seeing this film. And again, it will debut to the public on February 28th at the Cayman Science Center. Thanks so much for your time, Leo. Appreciate it, and all the best to your family.
Thanks a lot, Bob. Great talking to you as always.
All right, that's Leo McCafferty. I should tell you, too, that this concept was kind of developed by the draft's local organizational committee there, and that includes organizations like Visit Pittsburgh. They are heavily involved. Of course, the Pittsburgh Steelers are involved, and this draft coming up is going to be tremendous when you see all the different venues, and some of the details will become forthcoming here in the next couple of weeks as we get closer to that date. But yeah, I think it's 68 days until we go. And by the way, on KDK TV, we have been doing this since last April, once a week we take a look at, and we determine the 52 best high school players from Western Pennsylvania ever to be drafted into the NFL. And we have featured this countdown from last April to where we are now, and we're just hitting the top 10. We've gone through 42 of them. Some really big names of the previous 42, and it's a competitive thing to try to come up with a top 10 that makes sense, but there's so many great stories and people who've come from Western Pennsylvania. I'm sure this film will capture that as well. And it's certainly made possible through the generous sponsorship of U.S. Steel and presented in celebration of its 125th anniversary, its deep roots here in the city of Pittsburgh. Our thanks to Leo McCafferty. Now we open the phone lines until 1:30. 412-928-9370 is the number. Call us, air your opinions about all this stuff, and I give you an update that Finland now is up 9-0 on Italy. They're out shooting them 48-8, and there's still plenty of time left in this game. Oh, Italy. They're going to have to drown their sorrows in some good vino after this one, I think. We'll be back right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike at Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ouch. Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches, oh boy, that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And then the hockey games, oh yes, the hockey. Canada, Sweden, USA. Man, I can't wait to watch that Winter Games hockey. That feel different from the opening face-off and so much more. The FanDuel app is easy to use and is perfect for making all the winter action even more fun. So just download the app to get started today. FanDuel, play your game. The FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Heacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season. The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by the Tri-State Section PGA, is 3 days only, February 20th through the 22nd. Save up to 70% on a huge selection of golf equipment, accessories and apparel, even vacation packages. Test the newest clubs, compete in skills competitions for great prizes. Get a free lesson from a local PGA pro. Come tee it up in Monroeville, February 20th through the 22nd. Visit PittsburghGolfShow.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
In the 70s, a poet named Bob Pompiani took the movers and shakers of the sports world all around the world.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We roll along now, thanks to Leo McCafferty for coming on and talking about The Football Town, which is going to premiere at the Cayman Science Center on February 28th. Tickets on sale. It's going to be a great film. Surround sound, surround everything in that big IMAX theater. A totally unique perspective on what Western Pennsylvania means to football and football to Western PA. Culminating, of course, with the NFL draft coming here in April. Should be quite a couple of months in the lead up to that. All right, we're going to take some calls here. 412-928-9370. I got to tell you that 9-0 Finland over Italy late in that game. It got so bad they switched over to another event. Ski jumping is unbelievable. I've seen this before in person. You cannot imagine just how high this is. I have no idea how people do it, but they're very good at it, and it makes for compelling television. Let's go to Dylan in Cranberry. He joins us right now to kick off this segment. Hey, Dylan, how are you?
I'm doing well, Bob. How about yourself?
Good, thank you.
Bob, I just wanted to let you know I've started my winter training on Sunday mornings down at the RMU Golf Dome. I'm a big fan of getting some reps in on Sunday mornings for the upcoming season. And I wanted to comment on some of your talking points about the TGL events down there in Florida.
Yes.
Personally, I think that is an incredible experience for golf fans. I've been to a couple of events. I went to the U.S. Open over at Oakmont, but the proximity to Tiger, the proximity to all of these guys. I mean, you are literally 20, 30 yards away from these guys, and you get that full experience. I don't know we have another comparable in sports. I mean, when you go to a football game, even with great seats, you are so far away from the guys. And I am going to try like hell to get my tail down there next year and go to one of those events.
Yeah,
so.
That looks wonderful. And again, it's a limited crowd, but you're on top of just about everything. And this week we saw Pittsburgh's own Neil Shipley with a hole-in-one, the first ever. And they've been doing that since last year. And they have all the big names in golf trying. I think it's a fascinating concept. I would love to be able to have something like that around here. I know how much that costs. So unless you get SoFi to spend more money around here. But, I mean, you're hitting into this large screen. It's like 5 times the size of what you normally get at simulators. And there's some good ones around here, like 9 Yards Golf Lounge. They have 2 locations in Washington and Ross. And you can play different courses, but that's a whole different dynamic there. You're hitting – the ball's going – it's traveling like 30 yards, 40 yards before it hits the big screen. And you can tell a lot more information from that. So, and it was good that Shipley got a lot of headlines for that.
Absolutely, and I hope he has a breakthrough season this year. Bob, thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate it, man, very much. Hope you get a chance to hit those things. By the way, out at Pebble Beach, which is one of the best events going, and I had a chance to play there last year. What an experience. Anyone who plays golf should have that on your bucket list. It ain't cheap, I'll tell you, but it's worth going. Ryo Hitsutsune is a 23-year-old, and he has been outstanding so far. He's been involved in just about every one of these early West Coast Swing tournaments. He's tied for the lead with Akshay Bhatia right now at 15 under par. They've had beautiful weather there the first 2 days, and we'll see what happens over the weekend. You'll see that on KDK and CBS throughout the course of the weekend. Let's go to Anthony in Oakland. Good afternoon, Anthony. How are you?
Thank you, Bob. Hey, Bob, I know you're a basketball fan, and I was disappointed to see Elsie Greenwood not make it into the Hall of Fame, and I'll tell you why there's a correlation. When I was a young lad, I lived in the Penley Apartments, and we had a basketball court where all the players from the Steelers and Pirates, I used to play basketball with Al Oliver and his brother, and Connie Hawkins would come. He had a tournament there. I used to play I played against Melvin Bennett, Maurice Lucas, Ricky Coleman, Jeep Kelly. Now, you being from the area, you've heard those names, Dwight
Absolutely.
Clay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, being a young teenager, but Elsie Greenwood was an excellent basketball player. He was very good. There was a player named Ubi Bryant who would play they would play with the neighborhood kids. And I was about 15.
Well, I mean, he's a big guy with long arms. I would imagine he would be good at that.
And so was Al Oliver. But playing with Connie Hawkins, I mean, oh my goodness. And John Brisker. You ever hear the name John Brisker?
I've heard the name. I don't know much about him, though. Yes, I know the name.
Well, he played with the Condors.
Okay.
First there were the Pipers, who were ABA. Then you had the Condors. And there was Chico Vaughn. I got to meet Julius Erving. I mean, remember that movie, The Fish to Save Pittsburgh?
Yes.
I was an extra there.
Oh, man.
And I got to see.
At that. I hope you're getting residual payments whenever somebody watches it or puts it on a television network.
I got to meet Julius. Meeting Dr. J and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, it was. Let me tell you something. My childhood was just fantastic. And Bob Smisac, who was my gym teacher when I lived in Homewood, he was our gym teacher. He became a reporter, and he lived in the same building. So everything I'm telling you, he knows about because the baseball players lived in the building where we were.
That's amazing. Listen, I had a chance to meet Dr. J 2 years ago at the Blair County Sports Hall of Fame dinner, and he was a guest speaker. And really, it was awesome to meet him and to hear his stories because he was something.
Well, Connie Hawkins was Dr. J before Dr. J too. I mean, Connie Hawkins was quite a joy, and they loved Pittsburgh. They used to, when they were done playing, they would go down to this neighborhood bar, and they'd say, "Hey, you guys, watch our cars for us," and we'd watch their cars for them. I tell you what, my childhood was fantastic. But to play against, I was in high school when I played against Maurice Lucas and Jeep Kelly and those guys. I mean, you talk about it. Shinley had a absolute. They could have beat Pitt. They were that good.
No, there's no question. I remember Dwight Collins. He used to,
Dwight Clay.
What's that?
Oh, you talking about Collins? I remember him.
I remember Dwight Clay too, but Collins was when I was going to school. He was a guy that we were dealing with quite a bit.
They were. Yeah, he went to Pitt, right?
Yeah, he was really good at what he did, and man, there's so many great rivalries though. But yeah, LC Greenwood deserved to get in, and I wish they would figure out a different way of doing this voting because it impacts so many people, and it puts you up against people, from coaches to contributors to players, and there's not enough room for all of those.
No, it's a shame too because you and I from that generation, we saw those teams, and we know just how fantastic they were. That period of football from 72 to 80 was some of the best. And I think I was talking to one of the guys. He asked me about all the Super Bowls because I've seen everyone. I've seen all 60 Super Bowls, not in person, but I watched them on television. But my favorite was 14.
Yeah.
I mean, that comeback from Stallworth to Swan from Bradshaw to Stallworth after Swan got hurt was just fantastic. Because remember, Bob, everyone thought they were going to lose that game because Bradshaw was horrible for a while in that game.
Yeah, and I totally remember that. And just the Stallworth his plays in that game are just, I mean, you can go back and look at tremendous efforts when Franco has, I still think today he has the most yards ever in Super Bowl history.
Yeah.
And some of these other people who've contributed to it. But, man, John Stallworth, when he gets behind you and Bradshaw, the one thing Bradshaw did better than anyone is throw that deep ball. He knew how to get it off.
Deep ball.
I mean, and as long as you got open, that ball's going to be there.
Yeah, but Lambert came through and won it for him there in the end with that big interception remember, Vince Ferragamo was eating the Steelers up. I mean, he was fantastic that Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was.
Thank you, Bob.
All right.
Safe going home, buddy.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Anthony. And that's an interesting take that L.C. Greenwood was a very good basketball player. I didn't know that, but it wouldn't surprise me based on, his stature and how he played. He was so quick off the ball, and with his length, his arms, it's unbelievable. Let's go out to Mark in Penn Hills, who joins us right now. Hey, Mark, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Bob?
Good. Thanks, Mark. What's up?
Hey, I just got the tail end of that documentary, the Football Town, and he was talking about Pitt at that point, and I was just curious how much they're going to talk about high school sports in that, because I would love to see it. I'm a big high school sports fan. Well, and I grew up in Western PA, and just a quick story. 10 years ago, I played football in the 90s around here. 10 years ago, I was at a bar in Beaver County somewhere. I don't even remember the bar. And there was a couple of people there who knew somebody I was with. And when the gentleman left, one of the guys left, an older gentleman was there. We was talking about football stuff. And he's like, yeah, that guy was a pretty good player. And I said, who was he? And he said, Essex Law. And I didn't know I just learned today that you went to Hopewell, Bob.
Yeah, that's where I went.
And then you obviously heard of him or know.
Oh, absolutely. We had some really good players.
I remember in the 90s I played for Wash High, we would look at the list. Back then it was like Jason Barr, Rodney Wilson, and his name was on there, and obviously that name stood out, this unusual name. But when he left, I just remember thinking it was like I met royalty, WPIL royalty. It was just strange. It was like, wow. When I was a young boy, I heard that name, and, everybody's proud to be there. Like, we had Brian Davis, obviously.
Oh, Brian Davis.
On there.
He was outstanding, man. I mean.
Yes, he was. Yes, I remember.
And he never did realize he never did realize the potential I thought he had heading beyond high school, because he was dynamic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But, yeah, I just love, Western PA football. I can't wait to see this movie, and listening to that just made me think of that story.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of that kind of stuff in there, Mark, so thanks for the call. Appreciate it, and hope you get a chance to go out there. It'll run for 2 months, starting on February 28th. That's a Saturday. And again, it's a different kind of experience because it's in the IMAX theater, which brings more sound and more surrounding. You're going to feel like you're right in the middle of a huddle if they take you there for sure. So that'll come out here, not next Saturday, but the Saturday after that. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Also want to update you on some of the stuff. In just about 2 hours from right now, USA and Denmark will be getting going in hockey. And so far, things have gone well for the USA team. The things have gone well for the Canadian team. I'm still thinking that at the end, the USA team is going to regret not having Jason Robertson or Cole Caulfield on their team. They may run into a shortage of offense as this tournament moves on. I hope I'm wrong about that. I want to see them win this thing. But Canada is just so loaded. And you put them on a power play, that's going to be one of the keys if you take on Canada. Don't go to the penalty box, because if you do, you're going to pay the price. Also, I want to talk more about Pebble Beach, too. That's coming up today on KDK. And if you love the scenery, the drone shots have been unbelievable. Not just at Pebble Beach, but if you watch the Olympics on NBC, some of these drone shots are incredible. They fly right with people, and you could never do that with helicopters, of course. But they give you such an inside look at the topography of wherever you're talking about, and they can go far out, close enough, over top. You never really hear those drones, but, man, the pictures have been unbelievable. And in that grouping, this Ryo Hitsatsune, this kid, you may not know him, but you will. He's 23. He's played a lot over in the DP Tour, and he's won. Yeah, I think he was a Rookie of the Year over there. What a great player he is. And he sits and he just looks, every time he runs into a problem, he overcomes it. He doesn't panic. He had back-to-back bogeys yesterday after going through the whole first day. He shot 62, and the next day with no bogeys, all of a sudden he has back-to-back, and he responded with 2 more birdies. So he's got the makeup to be a champion, especially in majors. That's a name I would watch. And Akshay Bhatia is another name. He's coming on strong, played at Spyglass Hill yesterday. And boy, did he such a mature golfing presence out there despite his age. These guys have come a long way, and now they're on this tour. It's tough to be on this tour right now. Back in the day when Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson were the 2 top names, it was hard to win against those guys. Now you have Scotty Scheffler on this tour, and he got into position by moving up to 6 under yesterday. I'm not sure what he's doing today, but he's always a factor. You look at top 10s, you're going to see his name. If he doesn't win, he's real close to winning, and you got to deal with him every single day now. So it is hard to come away with wins, no doubt about it. At 412-928-9370. We've talked about the Steelers and what they may do. And again, I played a game earlier about hypothetically if Aaron Rodgers decides, you know what, I don't feel so good anymore, I'm going to just decide that's a career. What do the Steelers do? And I was looking at a guy like Sam Darnold, even for that matter, a guy like Daniel Jones last year before his injury. 2 guys who changed sceneries from one team to another. 2 guys who got better coaching, better opportunities, better players around them, as opposed to where they were. Darnold's 5 different teams. And the thing about Seattle is they went through this postseason, they did not make 1 turnover in all of their games. Didn't do it. And that's mostly Darnold doing a great job because he had led the NFL in fumbles this year. But yet, during the playoffs, did not make a mistake there. But he's matured. And I think having the people around him in San Francisco, he was only there for a year, didn't play all that much, if at all. But he learned some things with Kyle Shanahan's system. And then he goes to Kevin McConnell in Minnesota, really learns a lot. Then he goes to, obviously a place in Seattle where they made some risky moves. They got rid of Geno Smith. They got rid of DK Metcalf, and they won a Super Bowl. They got better. So there's always that opportunity. But Darnold really flourished again there under Clint Kubiak, who now will take his talents to the Las Vegas Raiders and be their head coach. Well, he's going to call still the plays there like he did in Seattle. So who is the next Sam Darnold? Is there one out there in this grouping this year? Is it Malik Willis? Because he, like those 2, they were in organizations where they didn't get the best out of him. He wasn't that good. If so, how much? He's only had really a short sample size of success. But I keep bringing up the name Matt Flynn back in the day when he put up a big game against, I forget who he played against, but it was with Green Bay. He signs a big deal with Seattle. It's like $60 million over 6 years, $10 million back then, big money. And he just never lived up to it. He never did. Would Malik Willis here in Pittsburgh do well if it ever came to that? I don't know that it will. If it's Rodgers, it's going to be Rodgers, Mason, and it's going to be Will Howard. And maybe they battle for the backup spot this year. We'll see. And hopefully Howard gets a chance in the preseason so we can gauge him a little bit more. But if not, if they have to make a move in free agency, who would you like to see at 412-928-9370? As far as the Pirates are concerned, I'm very optimistic that they can contend for a playoff spot. I'm not going to go any further than that. I believe they have the talent to contend. They brought in some bats now that will make a very interesting lineup, and I wonder who will be leading off in that lineup. There are a lot of ways they can go. O'Neill Cruz spent time in a leadoff position last year. I can see where that happened. If Connor Griffin is up here, is that a spot for him? I don't know that it is. They have other people who can man that spot. Brandon Lowell certainly has had opportunities there. He's more of a number 2 or 3 hitter in my book. But they have people who can make guys who remain here, Reynolds and O'Neill Cruz, and even Henry Davis better, just because it's a better lineup. You get better pitches if you have guys on base a lot. You have better opportunities there. I, for one, am not giving up on Henry Davis. Not going to do it. I still think he showed me last year that he can overcome what was looked as a weakness, and the weakness was he was not a very good defensive catcher, and then he turned into one. And because he did, he played a lot more. Skeens loves him. He'll be pitching to Skeens and Chandler, I'm sure, and Jared Jones when he gets back. They all love and respect him as a defensive catcher now. If he can make those kind of adjustments to the offensive side, then maybe you're going to get what you really thought you were getting for a number 1 pick. I don't know if you'll ever get 1-1 should be doing a lot more quickly, and the offense has to come to light. But maybe he's a much better hitter than he was, and that won't take much because he wasn't a very good hitter last year. But if that should happen, man, potentially this team could do some good things. 412-928-9370. Let's go out to Ray in Beaver Falls. Hello, Ray.
Hi, Bob. How you doing?
I'm good. What's up today?
Got a bunch of old guys calling in today, and I'm an old guy, so I figured I'd call in. First-time caller.
Appreciate it.
Connor Griffin, first thing. If he's their best option at shortstop, he should be on the team day one, no question about it. They brought Jack Sawinski up from Double-A. If they could do that for Jack, why not Connor Griffin, right?
I would agree. But I don't know if they may not. It may go beyond whether or not he's ready. It may go beyond they want to keep 2 months so that they can get an extra year down the road of his time here.
I'd live for today.
So would I. And again, I've been consistent with this, Ray. If you have Paul Skeens, you only have him for a number of years here. Just the way it is. That's the reality of the situation. Then you have to strike now, and they should have done it last year. You have him. You have a Cy Young yearly contender, if not winner, every year. And he's that good. Build around him. Try to strike while he's here. So, therefore, I'm glad they finally brought some bats in. But if Connor Griffin is the guy that I think he can be, then he should be your starting shortstop in, first game of the year against the Mets. But I don't know what they're going to do with that regard because you can, if he's good and you wait to bring him up and you miss 2 months of him and maybe they lose a game or two that they would have won if he were here, then you look back and say, we should have had him up here at the beginning of the year. It's all part of what the decision-making has to be.
Yeah. And, I agree with you 100%. Aaron Rodgers, you know what? The Steelers need to look forward, not backward. He's had a great career. He'll be in the Hall of Fame. And look at Mike McCarthy. The quarterbacks he's been successful with have been pocket passers with some mobility.
Right.
And you got two guys. I think Mason Rudolph doesn't get much credit for mobility, but he's mobile
when he
enough.
wants to. He certainly can. Yeah, he's not gonna win races all the time, but he can get out and create and move pockets. Ray, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate that. I got to move along to a couple of others. We're going to remain out there in the Beaver County area. Craig joins us in Beaver. Hey, Craig.
Hey, first of all, I'm glad to hear somebody besides me sticking up for Henry Davis.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, the interesting thing is he went to one of the analytics hitting teachers in the off season, and they found out that in his normal batting stance he had like 90% of his weight on his back foot, and you can't hit that way. Try hitting a golf ball where you've got 90% of your weight on your back foot the whole way through your swing. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I get that. Listen, I think the guy, it may take him a while to catch on, but if they can get a 250 average out of him with 15 home runs, man, what an upgrade. Now they brought in Flores in this trade, and they really like him. He's a big guy. He's like 6'4", and he has a bat apparently. So it may come down to those two battling out for who does what, or maybe those are your combinations going in.
Right, and then the other thing is, I think Connie Griffin should absolutely be the opening day shortstop. They weakened their defense in left field, and they weakened their defense at second base. So the best way to counteract that is improve your defense at shortstop. And as good as Triolo was at short, and he was pretty good, Griffin is just plain excellent.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who looks major league ready for sure. Thank you, Craig, for the call. Our final call before we turn it over to Charlie Borges and Pitt Panther pregame is the Godfather in Uniontown. Hello, Godfather.
Hey, nice talking to you, buddy.
You too, buddy.
All right. I want to talk some baseball. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, except I want to get back to the two callers back when he said Fifth Avenue wasn't Shanley could beat everybody, including Pitt, but they never could beat Uniontown.
Uniontown was another spot. When you talk about basketball, Latin Newcastle back in the day, those were two powerhouses.
Yeah. Anyway, I got it. I got the problem solved for third base.
Okay.
All they got to do is take Cruz and put him on third base.
No.
Now you're getting. Wait a minute. Now you're getting 20. Well,
it's not that easy. His bat can play. I think they put him out in center field for a reason because they thought his shortstop play was erratic. And I don't think it's going to get any better at third base because he's really never played a lot of third base. But, Godfather, I appreciate your call. And I got to run, though, because I have a deadline. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I always look forward to talking to people in Uniontown. That's going to wrap up our program. Seth Davis, Beyond the Glass, thank you very much. He'll continue as we have Pitt Panther pregame coming up here with Charlie Borges. You also have Curtis Aiken and Billy Hillgrove on the call for this one. It's Pitt at North Carolina, where they are heavy underdogs in that game, as they've been largely for most of the season. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Today, sunny. You see that out there. Temperatures approaching 50. It'll feel like 80 for those of you who've just endured 10. We'll do it again next Saturday, same thing, 11 until 1:30, preceding another Pitt Panther basketball game. That's going to do it for everyone here. I'm Bob Pompiani. Have a great week. We'll see you on Monday for another edition of Pomp and Joe. Have a good weekend.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
United States men's hockey takes on Denmark this afternoon. Puck drop is scheduled for 3:10. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
Hey.
who's an oversharer,
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have